Hey, yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. How are we doing, man? Mine's creaking. What's going on? How are we doing? It's been a couple of days since I streamed, actually. I've been slacking, man. I've been slacking. Let me get switched over to the main scene, shall we? Let's get started. Oh. There we go. That's what I wanted. But, yeah, it's been a couple of days. It was the last time I streamed, actually. I forgot. It's only been a couple of days, hasn't it? But yeah, I have been slacking massively. But welcome. So, 4 days ago, last time I streamed. Jamie, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. What's going on, Chase? What's going on, Noble? How are we doing, man? We're good. Are we good? Hopefully you can hear me all good as well. Let me know if you can hear me. Appreciate that. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube as well, be sure to drop a like on the stream. Very much appreciated. Shout out to everybody who's been watching the videos recently as well. You guys have been absolutely killing me. I've kind of started as well, sort of, trying to outline things at least anyway before I get into writing the next script for the next video. We're going to talk probably about Seraphim, the Seraphim, should I say, and potential relations to Wua. I'm going to start doing some research, but I'm kind of trying to outline things and go from there. But it's going to be a few days at least anyway for that video to be anywhere near completion. So we'll have some normal content coming up in the week. But I'm looking forward to getting that properly started in earnest. How's everybody doing, man? We're good. You guys been having a good weekend so far? Got to watch United lose again yesterday. It's awesome being a Man U fan recently. Lovely. Yo, what's going on, Equinox? How we doing, man? We're good. So yeah, we're going to play some Girls Frontline 2 today. Going to check that out. I've been meaning to play that for the last couple of days. We just haven't got round to it. So we're going to check that out, play a little bit of that. Might do some of our Wua dailies, and I think I'm going to play some Marvel Rivals as well. I installed it. I played a game the other day. I've only played well, actually, tell a lie, I played 2, sorry. I played as Iron Man, and I played as Healer, so we'll do some more of that as well, because the game's kind of fire, man. I'm not going to lie. The game is kind of fire. I'll do that at the end of the stream though, because obviously I know people are really interested in that sort of stuff on the channel, so we'll squeeze that in. We'll squeeze that in at the end of the stream, right? Yeah, it's fun, man. I enjoyed it. Well, like I said, I've only played 2 games. Did a little bit of messing around in the practice range yesterday, but yeah, man, game's kind of sick actually. Done a really good job on it. Yo, what's going on, Cypuri? It is, isn't it? It is. Yo, what's going on, Riley? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. So yeah, we're gonna check out Girls Frontline 2. Probably do our Wua dailies, react to a couple of videos as well, see what's been going on in the space. There's been a bunch of PvP recently, hasn't there? The Kurobots and the Huyo shields going at each other. I saw it as well. V wasn't too happy with Voxel, was he? In regards to everything that's been going down with him. So we'll look into that as well. Good, you got your Camellia fully built. Nice, let's go. I still haven't built her fully, actually. I must admit, I haven't been doing my busy work in my gacha games recently. I haven't. I've been hopping on doing my dailies on Wua, and that's pretty much it. I've been slacking, man. I've been slacking hard. Song's overpowering the voice, is it? We'll bring that down a little bit then. Yeah, so I've started the work, as I say, again, the outline of it, shall we say, for the next video in regards to, like, I don't even want to call them lore videos, because I feel like lore videos are looking into the in-game lore. We're using some of the in-game stuff, but really, the theory crafting videos, you know? We're taking stuff that we're seeing in the game, and then we're connecting it to real-life stuff and trying to theory craft potential future things getting added to the game. Whether or not that happen, totally different situation. You know, just trying to go with what you will. So we're going to be talking about the Seraphim. We've saw some Seraphim like iconography in the game, and I kind of want to talk what that could mean, potential links to Rinascita. So I'm going to be doing a bit of research. I need to get around to doing all that. I haven't done, so it's going to be a few days for that video to be anywhere near complete, really, because, like I say, I haven't even started the script, haven't even started building the video out, haven't even started research or getting any video footage, so we're away so far. We won an award also. Yes, it won the Game of the Year award on, what is it, for the Gaming on Phone awards, which is pretty cool. It got into the last 10, didn't it, as well, in the People's Choice Award for the Gaming Awards, which I was shocked by. I didn't expect that to happen, I'm not going to lie. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Wuthering Waves, and I don't play down what the game is, but I just didn't think the community was going to be able to drive it through to the next game. But then I think, you know what? Gacha game communities are a little bit more driven, aren't they, than your typical game communities that probably just wouldn't even care to vote. So I guess I'm surprised, but it's not surprising at the same time. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Good to see that they're getting some recognition. I will say about the Gaming on Phone Awards, though, they seem to play it very safe across the board. It seemed with all the awards, it didn't seem like anybody was doubling up on any awards, did it? Which doesn't mean that it's wrong, but, you know, they seem to make sure every category somebody different won it. Now, I'm not saying that we were deserve to win multiple categories, but, you know, just noticed that they seem to play it quite safe. But then again, I don't disagree with the spectacle thing, visual spectacle in regards to ZZZ, because the game is kind of pretty, especially when you look at the cutscenes. Can't comment on the best update, because I ain't played Natlan, and I ain't played the latest patches for Star Rail either, and I don't think 1.3 was the best, so I suppose, man. Yeah, what's going on, OD? I'm good, man, I'm good, thank you. You? No, we ain't really got any storm damage. Well, to be fair, I need to go and check out down the bottom of the garden, because we've got a super big garden. We have one garden, so I could do with checking. But as far as an outside Christmas tree getting blown over, that's really it from what I've seen. We've got an extension on the side of our house, which we've been getting a little bit of leak in there recently, which I patched up some of the roof the other week. But we're still getting a bit anyway. But I think we're going to get the flat roof stripped off and get a picture roof put on. That's the plan anyway. Sonic fans are crashing out. Well, do you know what? Well, actually, let's go over, because I don't even know who got into the top 10, if I'm honest. I just know that we were managed to squeeze in there. So, we'll have a look at that in a second as well. What is Genshin there? That's confusing. Did he get into the top 10 as well? Shadow Generations was good though. And I ain't played a Sonic game for years. But yeah, in terms of storm damage, like on the way to my sister's house, a tree came down in the road, but it had already been like coned off and cut up by the time we went past there last night when we went to Tesco. But yeah, there's been some PvP in the space. Like I say, we saw the number one Kurobot going up against, I guess, the number one Hoyo Shill. I watched the stream actually. I must admit, I think Saints handled himself pretty well, I must say. I do think he definitely does have a attitude sometimes, though. You know, even when it comes to talking about the Terror of Adversity, he's desperate to die on that the Terror of Adversity is a good mode, which I just disagree with. But you know, each to their own. And then I watched him reacting to some like 30 seconds worth of PGR and basically saying that it's all the same, which I was like, I don't know. I can't really comment now because I haven't really played any of the PGR endgame. But yeah, when I don't know if it was Genazard or Fob said about the endgames in Gacha game, most of them really kind of being pretty poor, which I think's a fair comment. And I know people have the attitude, well, it's a Gacha game, that's kind of how it's supposed to be. I disagree with that. I've said this, you guys know, I want something more in regards to endgame, and I do think Wu's endgame's kind of shit. So like, I think he held his himself pretty well. He put across his points quite well, and I you know, I like Wu anyway, so on a lot of the points anyway, I'm going to agree with him, you know what I mean? Even if I'm not such as a glazer as he is. But yeah, when he came to the Terror of Adversity, I was like, I don't know. I don't think it's that great, if I'm honest. So are those a stage drama? I don't know. I think sometimes in the gacha space, I think that was genuinely just a disagreement that started off light-hearted. One thing I will say about Saint, though, I do, you guys know, I think Saint's a good content creator. I do. I've said this multiple times. I says he seems like a chill dude as well. I do think he definitely likes to make sure that being right's more important to him than anything else. Which, you know, whatever, don't make you a bad person. It's not illegal to want to be right. But it's like, I've noticed any streams recently, which I find entertaining. I do find entertaining. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It's about being entertaining, isn't it? But like, he kind of goes on and on and on and on and like beats a dead horse. You know what I mean? In the sense just to prove that he's right. Even after like they spoke about it, and then the day after he was streaming, still like, you know, got to prove that he was right and the others was wrong, and now it's like, so just moved on to do other stuff. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, I definitely do think, as I say though, you know, is that something that's considered a negative personality trait? I don't know. I guess it can be a little bit annoying sometimes when, you know, that person, you know, we've all got a friend that's got to be like, they've got to, you know, they've got to make sure you know that they're right, even if you're done with the argument anyway, but they've got to let you know, like, I've noticed a little bit like that. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Can be entertaining, I guess, to a degree. But, yeah, I think he did all right, man. I think he did all right. At least Tectone backing him up here and there. I think Tectone was just fair, really, wasn't he? But that's one thing I'll say about Tectone. People can say all the negatives that they want about Tectone. I know a lot of people do. Tectone, I guess, again, if we're going to talk about personality, not to be like, you know, ad hominem, is that dude's a little bit, I guess he's got an ego, but he's self-admitted narcissist, which, again, that's not illegal to be, especially in content creation. It's a good thing, you know what I mean? It's needed. But I think he's definitely fair. I think he's fair from, like, what I've watched of Tectone. I think the dude's pretty neutral most of the time when it comes to, now, like I've said, we've all got biases, haven't we? Even if we try to hide them, we can't, you know? I'm the same. I try to be as logical as possible. We all have our biases, whether they're conscious or unconscious, that lead us to choose the one path in the fork in the road compared to the other one, don't they? You know what I mean? But I think he tries to recognise that and to be as fair as possible. So, yeah, I kind of enjoyed it, man. I did. I think I must admit, though, I do agree in a sense of what Pokey said in regards to, I don't feel a need myself to feel like I've got to defend a company's like it's my company, because I do think that's a bit, like, personally for me, I ain't out here defending any companies. I will acknowledge when a company's doing right, though, which I think Saint does, but I definitely think sometimes it feels like it's a little bit more than that. But again, I ain't got no problems with it, man. It ain't that deep. I think some people get a little bit twisted over it, don't they? And I think that's what happened to Foxhole, to be fair. And we're talking about PvP. I want to go on to that, actually, because we all, I don't know if anybody who knows Foxhole in my chat, I know there's a bit of a crossover with Foxhole v Dizzy and all that sort of stuff, but Foxhole let that get to him a little bit in regards to it being too deep, because at the end of the day, YouTube drama, unless it's some criminal offences, it's YouTube drama, isn't it? In the grand scheme of life, it's fucking pathetic, isn't it, really? It doesn't mean anything, is what I'm saying. I shouldn't use the word pathetic, but it doesn't affect us, you know? Even if you dislike a content creator, usually the reasons for you probably disliking them are not that deep, if that makes sense. Now, there's probably people that might go beyond that within the space where you're like, actually, that guy's a nonce or whatever, you know what I mean? Yeah, I guess Foxhole lost his head a little bit in regard to Saints, you know? A little bit, well, I say a little bit, quite a lot. He was quite personally insulting towards him in the video he made, which I defended some of the points that Fox made initially when I rebutted Saints' initial Gacha revenue charts a scam, which I don't disagree that it's wrong, but I just didn't think it was a scam. But anyway, that's either here or there. But I think I was polite, you know? I just was like, I don't agree with that. This is why. But like, Fox wasn't so much, but then I didn't know when I recorded that video and released it that actually Fox had like a bit of a mask off situation in one of his live streams where he went like full on cuss mode, which, hey, end of the day, funny. I thought it was funny. It was kind of entertaining, man. You know, it's always great to see a YouTuber like slip and like, you know, they get angry, and it could be for whatever reason. Something could be going on in real life, you know, so I don't even get into it that deep either. But, like, you know, he's made a big thing of, like, having issues with Saints, you know? To the point where I was even in his chats a couple of days ago. Actually, it was in VD's chat, actually, where I called him out, basically, because he was saying he was going down the route of, if anybody reacts to his content, and I think he was saying specifically in a negative light, though, basically critiquing him, he was going to copyright strike them, which I was like, don't agree with that. That's not for me. That is not for me. And then he said, what he's then going to do is he's going to cause drama now. He's going to get involved in the drama, but he's going to Twitch to do it, because if they want to copyright strike him then or try and use the tools of the system, he doesn't care about his Twitch. He's going to keep it off his YouTube, which I thought was a real I'll say a slime ball move, you know, because that's like saying, basically, if you speak out against me, I'm going to use a system to shut you down, or I'm going to go somewhere where I don't care about to speak out against you, so you can't shut me down. And I just thought that was a little bit cowardly, if you ask me. Although I think Fox seems like an okay dude. I just thought, you know, we all make mistakes, and I thought that was a shitty move. And I said, I was like, yeah, that's wrong to me. I couldn't back that, couldn't get down with that at all. And I don't think you should do it, but you know, you're an adult at the end of the day. If you want to do that, go ahead and do it, kind of thing. And then I think what had happened is V-Dizzy had kind of backed Fox up on a lot of stuff, which I think this is why I don't tend to get into like little groups in content creation, because at the end of the day, we're just people on the internet. They're not your friends really, they're not your family, they don't really care about you. So like to stick your neck out and to get into the trenches with them, in my opinion, is usually not the best thing for you, unless it is the best thing for you. But you know, you should do what's best for you, basically. You shouldn't be trying to do what's best for them, if that makes sense. And V-Dizzy kind of did that, and then I think Fox watched the stream, which is fair for him to do, and changed his mind on Saint, basically. And I think V-Dizzy's really angry now, because he kind of stuck his neck out for Fox. And Fox has gone like, yeah, you know what, I'm putting down my weapons now. After V had made a video talking about it. Which again, V's an adult. He didn't have to make those videos. He didn't have to do what he did. But yeah, it just led into all that. So I was like, well, that sucks, you know? Because V seems like a nice guy as well. But this is why, like I say, man, you gotta be built for drama if you're gonna start drama. This is why I don't start drama. I feel like I'm probably built for it, if I'm honest. But I just don't, because I'd rather just chill and play video games and talk about other people getting mad, really, rather than get mad myself, you know what I mean? Because it's way funnier to be on the sidelines, isn't it, chat? Come on, tell me. It's so much better to be on the sidelines, right? Watching people get mad, rather than actually getting mad yourself. Let me turn this down a little bit, because I don't know if it's too loud. So, yeah, that's kind of been what's been going on in the last few days, shall we say. Tech don't even play a game if not sponsored. Saint is passionate about it. You're still alive. What's going on, Tanaka? I don't think Pokey is a shill. He enjoys HSR as a game alone and ignores the company and has doubts about why Saint cares about Kuro and calls it glazing. Yeah, the thing is with Pokey, I think Pokey, like you say, I think Pokey just likes fucking HSR. I don't think he gives a fuck about Hoyo. You know what I mean? I think when it comes to Saint, I think Saint is passionate about the game, but I do think as well, I'll admit sometimes I feel like he goes a little bit too far on the, I don't even want to call it, well, it is positivity, which is fair. It's fine. I ain't got a problem with it. This is like, I want to try and emphasize this to people. Like, you'll know if I've ever got a problem with somewhere, because I probably won't talk about it, if I'm honest, because if it really bothers me, it's probably outside of YouTube, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'll admit, I think Saint glazes sometimes, you know what I mean? And I do think he's made points in regards to the gacha revenue being kind of just there to create communities against each other, when Saint definitely does that himself, but I ain't got a problem with that. I ain't got a problem with that at all. You know? But, Saint clearly said if Kuro does something bad, then he would come down on Kuro and make videos. Oh, I ain't saying he wouldn't. I just definitely think he's a bit of an excessive glazer, in my opinion. You know, just in like some of his videos when he talks about certain things, I'm just like, I don't know if I agree with that. Is that the best pillar patch in gacha? Is that the best traversal in gacha? Did that really ruin all the other things? Are they the, you know, is that the best balance in gacha? Is that the best particular design style in gacha? Is this the particular best mechanic? You know, whatever it might be. Sometimes I'm just like, I don't know if I do agree. Like I said, like to the point for me when it came down to the Terraverse, and he might think this, which is totally fine. But from an outside perspective, it just does seem like a bit of glazing when everybody was like, you know, we can all agree that Wua, HSR, Genshin, the end game all pretty much is kind of sucky. And then he was like, well, no. And I was just like, oh man, I thought there was actually going to be some agreement there, but it is what it is. If that's what he believes, that's what he believes at the end of the day. I feel like Saint is an inferior complex. He looks at most toxic Wua hater group and gets mad. I wouldn't say he's got an inferiority complex or anything like that. I definitely do think that he probably looks at the worst spokespeople of a community and then attaches like kind of generalizes the rest of the community like that. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly how it feels, because I don't know how it feels, but that's how it seems, how it comes across sometimes. I'll never say that that's how somebody feels, because I don't know how they feel. Somebody could say something and mean one thing, and I'll totally get a different opinion on it, because my perspective is just biased, or I've got a filter that's giving me a different outcome to what that person's actually saying. You know what I mean? I used to say, I can't wait to see what the gacha community is like now. I'm like, Jesus Christ, get me away from these weirdos. And oh my God, these guys are debating over gambling. People say saying he's not saying he's wrong without telling you what the reason is. I prefer discussion about each current and upcoming gacha game, good points, and speculating how it can be improved as a standard going forward rather than drama between people. That's fair. That's fair. Like I say, I know there's a lot of people out there that don't like drama. And I will say about gacha drama, I think it's some of the most boring drama on YouTube, if that makes sense, because it's usually, it's kind of like console wars most of the time. That's what it, and well, I guess it's not really how console wars are now, because Xbox, in terms of the system, has kind of been beat to death, really, haven't they, by PlayStation for the last 2 generations, really. But, you know, in the PS3, Xbox 360 era, the flame war was at its maximum, you know, the two sides were going at each other. And it was kind of like gacha drama, in that it was less about the system and more about the corporation behind the system. And that's kind of like what it is a lot of the time in the gacha space. It's less about the game and people just having different opinions, which is fine. And it tends to break down more into a corpo v corpo kind of point of view, which I think's hilarious. You know, I think it's funny as fuck, man, when people are like arguing which corporation's better as if they're somehow linked to it, you know, which I've never really got, you know. It's like, at the end of the day, you know, if you break it down, like, some corporations do things better than other corporations, you know, it might affect us in different ways, and half the time we won't even see either. So you know, I think sometimes it's like an argument that's hard to have, because you don't know what's going on behind the closed doors anyway. You can only see what's on the outside, can't you? And we could discuss that. I ain't got a problem with people discussing it, or even having flame wars against each other. I think it's fine. Who plays an EKPG stays away. Rather go back to drama. Who's the best waifu of what we got now? Got to admit, Tecton didn't come off as biased. No, I think Tecton was perfectly fair. I think he was perfectly fair. Like, Tecton's admitted he prefers Wuha over Genshin. You know, he's fell out of love with Genshin. He's even said, I think he hates the game now, hasn't he? But I think he tried to be as fair as possible. You know, like, I'll say the same. You'll hear me try my best to be as impartial as I can. I fail a lot of the times because I'm a human being. But, you know, I definitely think Wuthering Waves is better than Genshin. That doesn't mean objectively it is, or even subjectively it is, because there's people who are going to just disagree. And that's fine, isn't it? Rather guys, a good company over a company who's kind of healing. To be fair, I just don't. I'll glaze Kuro in regards to development aspects sometimes. I will, you know. And I suppose it's more that I'm glazing the game, but you know, I am glazing the company as well. But you know, I'll glaze Huyo as well. You know, in like I say, in things in like Zenless Zone Zero and things in Star Rail. You know, there's a lot of things Star Rail did that I would definitely glaze Huyo over. You know, like I will glaze Huyo till the end of the earth in regards to the cutscenes in Zenless Zone Zero, because I think nothing compares. And the only things that are really getting close that we're seeing is like NTE, you know, Ananta looks like it might potentially be up there. Wuthering Waves does good stuff, you know, but like I just think that like ZZZ clears all in that regard, and I'll guess I'll glaze them, if you will, but I'm definitely positive in that regards to them. I'm at the point of just seeing Tecton's face annoys me. People do like seeing violence or verbal, but yeah, drama attracts people. Like people, and I know some people don't like it, and I think everybody likes a bit of drama. I think even if we say we don't, I think everybody likes a bit of drama, but it's the levels of drama, isn't it? It's like, I've definitely enjoyed drama. I like to watch drama from the peripheral. It depends on what you're trying to get out of the content creator or the content you're looking at. If it becomes the majority of the content, then I kind of be like, okay, all right, can we just step away from that for a little bit now? I don't mind them dabbling here and there, but when it becomes obsessively about you know, the drama or proving, you know, them versus somebody else, then it's like, okay, all right, let's talk about something else for a little bit now. I can see that. I think Tech to be yeah, that's fair as well. Like, he didn't he? Like, really, it was a 3v1 really. So, you know, it was fair that he was you know, I think even though it was kind of like a 3v1, I think at least two of the other people in terms of Jen and Fob probably agree that we was better in compared to Genshin anyway. Well, three of them probably did as well, because I think Mr. Polkid say the same as well. It's more that he's just a Star Rail lover, really, isn't he, than a Huyo shill. You know, probably maybe it was more of a 3v1 in regards to seeing Saints in a particular light, if that makes sense, rather than being like, well, you're wrong about Wua. It was more just well, this is how we see you versus how you see Polky, I guess, if that makes sense. Bald man bad, bald man bad. Let us skip button, then I'll give Hoyo a second chance. Dude, I was saying this the other day. I can't remember whose chat I was saying it in, actually. Genshin's not going to change. Genshin ain't going to change now. The changes that you see, that you want in Genshin, will happen in the other Hoyo games now. Whether it's Zenless going forward, whether it's Star Rail going forward, or whether it's their new games, you know what I mean? Genshin is too long in the tooth. There's too much stuff that's there already. The game's made them billions upon billions of dollars. It's almost like that's there now. It's just like we roll out the content until the game ends, you know? I would imagine the amount of developers on Genshin has been shrinking recently, and they're being moved to other stuff because their focus is going to be turning, you know, the next game into the next Genshin, you know what I mean? Or the next Star Rail that's going to produce billions upon billions over the next 5 years, because Genshin's revenue is probably going to go down now. You might see a spike here and there, and probably a spike right towards the end of the final acts of the game, and then whatever they decide to do after that, if the game's just kind of left on autopilot then and just gets minor updates here and there potentially, you know. So I just don't think that the changes that people expect to be implemented in Genshin, whether you're from the Kuro side or you're even from the Hoyo side that wants to see the changes, I just don't think they're going to happen. You know, I just don't think they're going to happen. The difference is you're mostly praising them and glazing them with their hating other games. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, we can't be counted as a Hoyo shield because he only plays H. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I think. I think calling. I know he calls it himself, like, but he's just joking around, isn't he? Yeah, I don't think he is, because dude doesn't really care about Zenless or Genshin, but he loves Star Rail. You know, he's a Star Rail fan, isn't he? That's what he is. He's a Star Rail fan, really. You know, Genshin 2, yeah, like whatever the spiritual successor is. I think potentially the next big game for well, I don't know, it depends, because I don't know if people would like this type of switch, because there's 5 games apparently in the works. We've seen gameplay for one. If you look back on my channel, we've seen gameplay for one, and that was the Animal Crossing fucking type game, you know what I mean? That like life sim type game. That's happening, which that's not going to be for me, but I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that will love it. We're getting another slice of life game as well, apparently, like a life sim type game as well. Don't know how that's going to actually work. That's all we kind of know. The one game that seems like it's going to be the next big thing is an open world sci-fi modern, apparently, shooter, first person shooter. It could be third person though. I think it probably will be third person, if I'm honest. It's going to be an open world RPG type game, whether that's going to have MMO elements or co-op or what, but I think that's potentially going to be the next big one. That was apparently supposed to get showed off in like 2019, 2020 though, apparently, which I don't know if that just got backburned, and then Star Rail became the main thing that they wanted to concentrate on, but it was supposed to be a Honkai game as well, so, you know, but there is like 5 games that they're working on, actually. Yo, Neil, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. Well, Hoyoverse business model already set up. You can even see it through all of their games, so it's not going to change at most, probably just minor flavour changes. Yeah, I think they'll probably ease up on some of the systems, because it's either that or they'll need to really take things to the next level. Because what you've got to take into account now is, like, I've said this, we're moving into the golden age of gacha games, right? And we've got, and what I mean by that is the variety, but also the quality. You know, if you look to things like Ananta, What do you think about Nevernis to Evernis? You know, Azure Premilia, Arknights, Enfield, and a myriad of other games, right? We've got all these games coming. So games are going to have to do more and more now. There's like, you know, more to stand out, whether it be gameplay, whether it be story, visuals, whether it be endgame, which I think is going to be a major factor for some of these games that are really going to succeed. They've got to have a good endgame, along with obviously good updates. And I think that a lot of the companies will be forced to, I'm not saying make them less predatory, but maybe potentially make them more accessible to lower spenders. Because I feel like you're always going to have whales, whether the game's super harsh or not. There's just going to be whales, isn't there? I think the main gains for a lot of gacha games is light spenders, increasing those light spender numbers. Because the whales are going to stay whales. And the medium spenders are probably going to stay as well. I think getting that light spender increase, getting them to buy battle passes, getting them to spend here and there on banners, getting them to purchase skins or Lunite passes, all that sort of stuff. And I think that's where the games are going to be the ones that really succeed, in my opinion. Dipping players for ZZZ made them lock in for real. Yeah, I've got to get on ZZZ because ZZZ looks like he's doing more good stuff again as well. That's what I'll say. When it comes down to ZZZ, even though I haven't played for a while, the stuff that they're throwing at the game, they're definitely listening. You know what I mean? They're definitely listening. As for Genshin, Genshin's main store is only 3 or 4. Does he have that long? I thought he only had like 1 or 2 left. I did. I thought we were looking like the game ending around about like patch 7 point whatever. But again, no, I ain't been in Genshin for a while. I won't ever argue that I know too much about Genshin really. I played it up until what? Just past Inazuma. And then stopped. Ananta looks really good. Ananta does look really good, actually. It does look really good. I feel like Ananta will attract... Yes, definitely. I feel like it's definitely going to bring in the GTA type crowd, isn't it? You know? And people who want, like, modern combat and driving stuff. They're going to be like, dude, this is anime GTA. I'm seeing it already. I'm seeing people talk on Ananta who don't talk on gacha games, and the titles are an anime GTA, anime GTA before GTA kind of titles. So I agree with that. I think if they do things right, if the gameplay is good, if the story's decent or at least serviceable, if the visuals are decent, if it runs well, if it has a good launch, and if the systems in the game aren't shit in terms of like the gacha and the farming and all that sort of stuff, I think Ananta could be massive. Like Ananta could be the next break the mold gacha game, you know what I mean? That could like you say, reach out to normies. You know, the dude sitting on his PS5 who's just like, you know, I'm waiting for GTA. What's this? Oh shit, anime GTA. Yeah, I'll play this. You know what I mean? I definitely think you're right there as well. The thing with Ananta, it's like you look at it and I'm like, is this all gonna look like this? You know? Anything else? Wait. You know, like just things like population density. You know, that's a big thing. I'm like looking at some of the images. I'm like, is this going to run like this? Now on PC, maybe. But even then, I'm like, this is high population density. This is. I just don't know whether it's going to run on mobile either. It's going to run like shit on mobile. But yeah, man, it does look impressive. It does look impressive. It's like, even little things like this. And I know that a lot of people will poo-poo these sort of things, and you can poo-poo it really until we see proper gameplay and play the game, because obviously everything can be poo-pooed. But, you know, just like how you can interact with objects around you. In terms of a lot of gacha games, most of them don't do that. You know, where there's an object there, let me throw it at an enemy and knock them out, or let me pick up a car, or let me pick up this tyre and throw it over an enemy so he's trapped and now I can beat him up while he's pretty much stun-locked in a way. You're able to use environment to stun-lock enemies. That's cool. That you can take this bit of environmental debris, throw it at this bit of environment where enemies are standing upon and they'll fall down. That's cool as well, you know what I mean? Those little things like that. Like the bit that we saw that was kind of like Spider-Man gameplay, where the character was like crouching on the metal girders on the construction site and then interacted with like the concrete pipes and dropped them down onto some enemies. And then if you pause the trailer, you could actually see, you can see where stuff that you can interact with gets highlighted, and there's like other stuff that you can throw at the enemies. That's kind of like Spider-Man, and that was a really cool thing in Spider-Man. We're starting to see that stuff coming into gacha games now. We're really starting to see those AAA elements coming into them, which where will not only, you know, we'll enjoy, but like you say, those normies will be like, dude, this game's fucking insane and it's free. You know what I mean? I think it's got a real potential to be massive. Bringing WoW to PS5 is going to shift the gacha system paradigm in my opinion. Console players have different expectations of mobile and even PC players. Definitely, yeah, definitely. I agree with that as well. I think if they can get the launch right for WoW, it's going to be massive for them. I like how recent gacha developers just convert iconic AAA games into anime-like gacha games and succeeding like Western humongous studios flopping like butterflies trying to promote one. Well, I think the problem is as well is that it's not even just like this wokeness idea. It's that they're trying to appeal with IP that they're trying to appeal to crowds with IP that doesn't appeal to those crowds, and appeal to journalists in Western spaces. You know, which I don't understand. You know, it's happening in Hollywood as well, isn't it? And it's causing things to flop. I think we'll start to see a shift soon. Anyway, I do. I feel bad for NT after seeing Ananta. It does make it look. Then again, though, we've got to take a step back. We've seen Ananta in closed beta in terms of gameplay, haven't we? We've only seen Ananta in these highly edited, snipped together footage, which is always going to make a game look better, isn't it? Gonna be excited. One big thing that's going to cause an issue is patience. Regular gamers aren't used to jumping into dailies and bouncing out. Well, yeah. Alright, give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna go let the dog out. I think he wants to go outside. I think an anti-gameplay will meet their expectation, but I'm going to say they might not be met their yes, yeah. Well, it's not easy, isn't it? You know what I mean? On a weird off-topic note, I've decided to completely scrap the idea of doing a new channel. It just ain't for me. What are you going to do then? Just do it on that your main channel. Apparently as well, Indiana Jones game's good, yeah. Well, you're not going to bother? Well, you just decided you can't be arsed, like. I watched an interesting video the other day, actually. It was talking about Unreal Engine, and now he's kind of holding games back now, which was actually kind of interesting. Reason why we're kind of living in this stagnated space in regards to frame rate and stuff. Things like TAA being a massive factor. Really interesting video. I forgot what it was now. It was Threat. Interactive, was it? Was it Threat Interactive? Yeah, I'll link the channel to you guys so you can check it out. Some really interesting stuff. Yes, I am, Riley, yeah. Long videos, some of them. Very technical. Well, I would say long videos, like 15, 20 minutes. I guess kind of long for some people. But very technical videos. Some of the stuff just goes straight over my head. But some of the stuff I can definitely, I'm like, okay, all right. Oh, okay, I understand this. This isn't great. But very interested if you're interested in the engine side of things and why games are really stagnating in a lot of areas in this last generation. Yes, I agree, Tanaka. I just can't see how that game is going to run on mobile unless it's going to have some insane downgrade. This is my biggest thing. I'm just like, I know mobile devices have come along so far, but like, hold up a second. Let me bring up the trailer a minute. I'll have to mute it because I got a bloody copyright claim. On the last video. Just obviously we've got like all the city and everything, which in itself I'm like, man, you know, how is this gonna run on phones? But like just little things like this. Where is it? Obviously like the traversal, all that sort of stuff. The minute to minute combat, that's fine. I can see how that's gonna, little things like this here, right? Now I know obviously visual aspects will get downgrades, but I'm like, dude, this is going to run probably like shit on consoles for a lot of people. Look at the population density here. I'm like, is this actually going to be like this in game? You know, there's a lot of AAA games that don't have great population density. You know, there's a lot of pedestrians here. And then like, just look at the vehicles, like the reflections on the vehicles, the interior detail, even just down to like the reflection of a phone screen as she flashes her phone to the occupants of the car actually being reflected. Now, obviously, I'm guessing the game's running with ray tracing and real-time reflections as well. But obviously, that's not going to be on mobile. You know, but it's just like this has got to be scaled back massively, like in terms of like, you know, population density, all of this clutter. But even then, I'm like, how is that going to run on mobile? I'll be really interested to see, actually. I'm going to be really interested to see when we start to get mobile footage, as you will. You know? You can't be a real gamer and play on mobiles. For me, it's not even that. I can't do it, you know? Like, I just get eye strain after using a small screen for so long. But like, I can't play any sort of action game on mobile, you know? And I struggle to enjoy story stuff. But I will play things like Pokemon TCG, Hearthstone. You know, if it's like turn-based, I'll play it. But I want to be just gameplay. I don't want any story. I just want gameplay when I'm on mobile. Because I don't really want to be trying to enjoy a story through my phone. It didn't say that an answer's going on mobile. Dev's making an separately for mobile. I mentioned it somewhere. I don't know, to be fair. I'm just going off typically when it comes to these sort of games. The usual stance is to launch on mobile. Now, I've been saying this for a while. Are we potentially going to start to see a move away from that? We've already saw it in the sense that things like Genshin, Wuwa, even though they run on mobile, they're not mobile games, you know? And I think that's going to continue because as the global standards of living goes up and disposable income goes up around the world, I know recently that's not the case because of, you know, inflation and standards of living going down in lots of places in the world since the pandemic. But people have got more access to consoles, more access to PCs. The Chinese market's been opened up to consoles again now, hasn't it? So, you know, the need to game on phone isn't so much of a major thing as what it was. The phone market is increasing and expanding rapidly and still dwarfs all the other gaming spaces together. So I don't think it's going to go away just yet, but I think that we're going to start to see a shift to the more, you know, to the more PC-based console games. But I think if this doesn't come on mobile, they'll be missing out on a massive amount of potential revenue in my eyes. You know? Definitely running a 4080 graphics card, right? Bro, I swear, I bet I'm on a 3900K and a 4090. Games like this because it's a big city, probably will chug on the CPU a little bit as well. Just because of the amount of stuff that needs to be loaded in. PC stuff is expensive. It is. It is. You saw Infinity Nikkei comparison to PC to mobile. I saw one image, yeah. Well, we'll have a look at that in a minute, actually. Yeah, Sarah, we'll have a look at that, actually. Really expensive when you mention GPUs. Yeah, GPUs are fucking ridiculous still. You know, like, I'm pretty sure my GPU is still the same price it was when I got this PC. Which usually, that doesn't happen in the PC space. Anybody usually knows you buy your GPU, 6 months later a new one's out, and the GPU that you bought's like a massive discount. That isn't happening at the moment. Not gonna lie, we were runs really. Yeah, I was like, I know it's got a lot better. I know it's got a lot better. I was tempted one time to buy a used X mining GPU, but heard that one of my friend got artifact issues a few months after. They've been used a lot, haven't they? Where if it's been used for mining, it's probably been on 24/7, using you know, near enough 100% capacity potentially for a long ass time, hasn't he? What are you doing else? Lie down. Trolling me. All of it's going up in price in America too. Tariffs are going to do some serious damage if they go through. Yeah, I was hearing that. I think the tariffs to China are going to be less, aren't they? I reckon it'll get that shit'll all fucking fall to the wayside anyway, mate. I do. I think a lot of it's posturing, isn't it? Mostly in market is mobile, so they will lose a lot. Yeah. I think the console market's going to start to grow, isn't it, though? Because, you know, for the longest time, when was it that they started to allow consoles back in China? Because they were illegal for, like, a better part of more than a decade, I think, weren't they? Where do you download a GPU and CPU? Please give me info. Just download more RAM. I need to see gameplay before I rise my expectation. Yeah, we do. Hopefully we will soon. Hopefully we will soon. Because there's supposed to be, well, there is an offline playtest happening in this month. So hopefully they release footage themselves. Hopefully some content creators are allowed to release footage. Because that's what we need at the end of the day. You know, no amount, even gameplay trailers don't mean shit. We need raw gameplay, don't we? That's what you need. You need somebody playing the game and seeing gameplay segments that last longer than 10 to 20 seconds to really gather what the game's going to look like. Because you can make even kind of crappy gameplay look good if you're snipping together action shots, can't you? And you're like, wait a minute, that looked cool. Oh, wait a minute. You know, but it's a totally different thing when you see it in the world. Because like NTE, I think still looks like it's got the potential to be a really good game. Let's not pretend it doesn't look a massive difference between the trailers and the actual gameplay, because you get to see the problems with the game, don't you? The animations, how things interact, you know, the typical minute to minute gameplay. I wonder if it's possible to port the games on different engine, like for example, an Atron PC uses UE 5.5 while on mobile use lower quality UE 4. I don't know. To be fair, I'm not going to pretend I know enough about you know, gameplay development to even say that. It like I think doing a port like that might potentially cause issues, and doing separate builds would be a problem. Maybe, I don't know. It just depends on how much investment's going into the game as well, doesn't it? NTE gameplay felt really underwhelming. Yeah, it did a little bit. The combat did look a little bit like it needs a lot of work. The combat needs a lot of work, definitely. You know, I think the elements don't seem like they have much to them at the moment. The combat itself doesn't feel like there's much impact. It feels sluggish. The pacing feels off. Some of the animations are pretty poor. You know, just the transition animations, the running animations in combat sometimes. But again, this is, look back at the footage of, don't get me wrong, Wuthering Waves did look decent then, but look back at the footage we saw of Wuthering Waves. We could all argue about things like, you know, the story and all that sort of stuff and the themes, but the game has improved from a combat and visual standpoint, hasn't it? From that those initial tests to when we got the game. So I'm adamant that NTE will improve, and if it doesn't, then they'll be shooting themselves in the foot, won't they? Well, I would imagine that we'll potentially see something in the next coming weeks. I'm hoping as well I can maybe speak on something soon also. I'm running an AM4R5 5600 GTX 1660, 6GB 32GB of RAM, DDR4 500GB Gen 3 M.2 SSD, and Wuru runs great for me. For me, what I noticed, which is the case anyway with modern games, if you're running on an SSD, you'll start to notice issues. Because, like a dumbass, I installed my game on the D drive. I'm like, well, yeah, it was my D drive. One of my hard drives I've actually got. It took me 6 months to realise I'd done that. Yeah, I'd say I heard about that. Yeah, I'm confident that we will see a more open, reactive development of NTE. I think that horror will, hopefully, I'm just going off, I'm being, I guess, positive here, in the they've learned mistakes from Terror Fantasy, and they're going to work to not repeat those again. Because if they do, then, you know, maybe they can just have another Terror Fantasy that'll just be like, you know, it'll trundle along and it'll do all right for him, but it's not going to be the next big thing, or, you know, not even the next big thing, but just sitting in the top 10 on a regular basis, which I think is what most gacha companies want. If you're going to be spending this amount of development costs, because let's not pretend, things like Ananta, NTE, they've got decent development costs, aren't they? So they're going to want to be up there. So, you know, it would make sense for them to learn from the mistakes, but never know. They might just repeat them, aren't they? Gammy's not even released yet, and people calling it Genshin and Wuru Killer and even say GTA 6. Yeah, it's fucking the idea that a GTA 6 killer. Like, they're all ridiculous statements, but I think people forget the behemoth that is Rockstar, and what they do. Nothing in this industry is a GTA 6 killing off of the text. Yeah, like, people forget the quality. Like, you can say what you like about people's ideas on the themes in GTA, but you just got to look to Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA. They're, you know, Cyberpunk's a great game. There is nobody doing what they do in regards to open world games. You know, there's just not. Everything, in my opinion, when you're talking about open world stuff, when we're talking about the world itself here, not the gameplay or whatever, we're talking about the world itself. That is the gold standard of open worlds, especially Red Dead Redemption 2. That's like that's the peak of how to craft and create an open world game. You know what I mean? My GTX 1050 Ti 4GB is in danger. Laughing also got to play it on mobile. Replace your GPU and it'll be fine. NT got a competition before even really. Yeah, man. I bet when Project Mugen went silent, they were like, sweet, we'll come in, steal the thunder, here we're good to go. And then to drop that trailer, they looked at that and went, shit. Damn, that looks good. They already learn on Terra Fantasy, we're not letting Tencent publish game on global. It's a huge step forward. Hopefully, yeah. If GTA 6 goes well, then Ananji's going to succeed. Look at Marvel Rivals. People prefer a good game. Yeah, I don't think, like, what's the reasoning? Because I keep seeing people say this in regards to GTA. What is the reasoning people think GTA has gone woke? Like, genuine question. Because I saw people posting images of Ananta and GTA next to each other, showing you the beach scene and saying, which one would you prefer to play? Because, like, the beach scene on GTA's got, like, overweight women and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but GTA's trying to reflect a kind of pseudo-real world. That's how people look on the beach, isn't it? You know what I mean? What's the actual reasoning for GTA being woke? Now, will we get the sort of jokes that we got in GTA 3, 4, and 5? Maybe not. But at the same time, I think we will still get, like, Rockstar's non-woke workers are leaving. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. CZZ live stream was peak. Yeah, I heard that they're doing really good stuff again. I need to get back on ZZZ. Yeah, Chase. I'll admit, man, I think ZZZ are doing really good stuff. I do. Ananta should succeed. Well, it's gonna like I think the GTA 6 launch will help Ananta. There's going to be people who want something like GTA, who have played GTA to death, see Ananta's free on the PlayStation Store and download it. They might not like it, but they'll download it. And then there's a percentage of those players that are going to be like, oh shit, what's this? Oh, this is gacha gaming. Okay, all right, I kind of like this. Plus, I think there's a lot of people that just want anime games, open world anime games set in like a not a because it's not GTA. At the end of the day, you're not. I know you can take people's cars, but you're not robbing them. You're an agent of the. You're an agent to the some agency of chaos or something. Yeah, that you're fighting chaos in the game. That's why she's flashing her phone. She's commandeering the car. She's not like get the fuck out, bitch. You know what I mean? I know in essence you're doing the same thing. You're able to take the car, which I think is a great thing because I think that's one thing that NTE was lacking. You could just call your car in, which is cool. But the actual ability to just take any car around the map is a really good thing for me because it's fun. It's fun to just be like, oh, that car's sick. I'm getting it. Take them out. Obviously, I'm assuming that. Well, we've seen, haven't we? They just step out and we step to the side. It's not like we're grabbing her and dashing her on the floor kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's free. It's free. It's going to be the Genshin effect all over again, which is great. Having fat, ugly people in a game doesn't make it woke. Just say off those beaches and problem solved. Yeah, the people that claim something's woke, like, dude, it's not that serious. Like, I will admit, I feel sometimes the term, the word woke itself, like, it's kind of like this general statement that people attach to stuff sometimes. You know what I mean? That I'm not saying it's a wrong statement to attach sometimes. But I just think it's like this. It's like, some people will attach it sometimes because there's a female character or a character's black in a game or whatever it might be. When I'm just like, okay, all right, give me something more than that, man. Now, when we start to see like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, agendas and activism being pushed into the game, I have a problem in that. I don't like that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? And I'm not even just talking about politics. Some of my favorite games are Metal Gear Solid. Full of politics, makes sense, works. But when you're trying to force like agendas, your viewpoint of the world into a game, and because I can't remember which company it was. Was it? I don't know if it was Ubisoft or was it EA. I don't know who it was. I don't want to say who it was because I've got the quote a little bit. I'm paraphrasing, but it was basically we want to use the games to teach people, to learn people to be a certain way. Which for me, that's kind of shitty because. And I guess if you're trying to learn people to be better, okay, there's that argument that's fair, but I feel like a lot of the time it's people just pushing their worldview and saying this is how you should see things, and then when gamers don't want that, they throw around terms like, oh, the bigots, this, that, and the other, and I'm just like, I hate that stuff, but, just seeing like, overweight people on the beach in an American city and people go, oh, it's woke, it's like, have you seen the American population? No offense to my American friends, Oh, come on, it's like if they were all slim, that'd be a little bit like, wait a minute, this don't look fucking real, bro. Where's all the people chowing down on burgers, man? GTA is a basic world, and Antra is a world with higher technology, NT is a world with huge focus on anomalies, almost magic rather than technology, so everything will get its own fan base. Yeah. At the end of the day, GTA has always kind of been a parody of our world, hasn't it? It's been a reflection and a parody, in a sense, to extremes, in a multitude of different things, whether it's gang violence, drugs, politicians, TV, rock stars, all of these stuff's pop culture's all thrown into GTA and turned up to 10, which is some of the best, like, one of my favourite things I used to love doing as a kid was sitting with GTA 3 with a radio and in bed at night, just listening to the radio, listening to Chatterbox and stuff like that. Loved it. Hilarious. Like, I hope we don't lose that in GTA. I want that to stay there, and I don't think we will. I want that, like, poking fun at society, you know what I mean? That's what GTA is supposed to do, and I hope it continues to do that. People were going crazy on Spider-Man 2. Term woke doesn't even. Yeah, I feel like the term woke nowadays is kind of used, bandied around like the term racist or Nazi or transphobe, where people just, because somebody disagrees, it's just thrown out there. And it's like, it's bad because it means that things start to lose meaning. And it's like, oh, because the person's like, I don't know, slightly right, or maybe one smaller government, now all of a sudden they're a fascist, or because somebody believes in this particular form of equality, now they're woke. And it's just like, I feel like sometimes this stuff's just thrown around and it's just like it loses meaning sometimes. But I'm not saying it isn't. I don't know. The people who are saying this about GTA might have reason to be like, you know, it's woke, have a look. And I might be like, oh shit, you know, they're not wrong. I'm not saying that people are wrong who are saying it. I haven't really looked into it. Like whenever I've seen them talking about GTA being woke, 9 times out of 10, it's just an image of the beach, the beach shot that we got. And I'm just like, I don't understand what's woke here. That's just like normal human beings on a beach. It makes sense that there's fat people there. You know? It's possible that video games are meant to distract us from reality, not relive reality. I don't care if a game is pixelated, you should play it. Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, a game should be fun. A game should be fun. You know, and there's times I want to play a game where I don't want real world shit pushed into my game. I want to play a fantasy game where it's just about fun. Or I'm playing something like Mario. I don't want that shit in my game when I'm playing Mario. But you know, if I'm playing something like freaking Metal Gear Solid, let's say, you know, there's lots of political stuff in Metal Gear Solid. It's fucking awesome, but it's done in a really cool way. You know what I mean? It's not like it's trying to force a viewpoint down your throat that you should accept. It's like, this is somebody's idea of how things work in the world, and it's like, it's fantastical at the same time, if that makes sense. I like that sort of stuff, because I'm the type of person, when it comes to my fantasy, I do like you know, learning about factions and political stuff. And of course, at the end of the day, everything's going to be inspired by real world stuff, isn't it? Which I'm totally cool with. It's just how it's implemented, and if it's on the nose, and if it's done really shit. Like, because a lot of the time nowadays, that's the problem. It's not what they're trying to talk about in the game. It's how it's ham-fisted, and it doesn't fit, and it doesn't make sense. And it's just like, what is going on here? This is shit. I don't like this. And that can be said for everything in gaming, can't it? Have you seen the comments on the Ananta Discord? I haven't. No, I haven't. I haven't looked. I've joined it as well. I ain't looked either. Deny, defend, depose. Hits hard though. True. Someone said, please make female character like they have never seen a male. Someone said, please make female characters like they've never seen a male character, and a male character with no boobs and butt. A female character with no boobs and butt. That ain't gonna happen. We've already seen the freaking female character. Like, I know who I'm choosing straight away. You know what I mean? Which MC are you choosing there? I don't know about you, but I know who I'm choosing. I'm choosing the one with the ginormous tartars, the curvy hips, and the tights in a skirt. Sorry, I'm sold. You know? Or am I going to choose this dude? No thanks. That's a health insurance thing that happened in New York, isn't it? What we're talking about here. Oh, you're talking about that CEO of that health insurance company in New York that got shot. Is that what we're talking about there? Look, I've seen women with absolute banging bodies. Hey, I'll say it all day long, man. I shouldn't say. Don't look at the fireplace when you're stoking the fire. Don't do the woo mistake. Yeah, I've seen that dude and she's staying in Canada and health insurance is so much better than when I need some US. I was like, fuck, I want to go back. Yeah, that's what, like, sometimes I'm like, I'd love to live in America. I think I'd only love to live in America if I had money. Because, yeah, the whole health insurance system sucks, man. There's just one MC, I can't see the other option. Same, she's not as pretty as Rover, but she's good enough. I suppose you could say that about the face, but the rest of it, like, bruh. Not gonna lie, the male MCs all look the same to me. Yeah, they do, don't they? They do. It's like Wise and Bell. Like, for me, Bell has got so much character in Zenless Zone Zero. But Wise just sucks. Like, this could be Wise at work, really. Wartwink. Don't do pigs, it's bad. I'm in the process of moving back to Canada. To be honest, it sucks. Dude, I swear the UK is like fucking rough at the minute, man. Like, they've started to bring this stuff in, this Bovier food stuff to feed cattle, right? To reduce them farting to help the environment. It's just ridiculous. But a couple of companies have took it on as a test. But apparently this stuff's that bad that the farmers have to wear like protective gear when them use like spreading it and stuff, because it can cause problems to your eyes, it can cause infertility, it can cause all these different problems. And now, because people have been boycotting these couple of countries in the UK, they're just not buying the milk and the butter. The government's come out now saying that they're going to mandate it to be used by all cattle in the country, and it's just like, what the fuck? That was tight stocking chef's kiss. Yeah. I chose Wise because something about Bell just seemed off. Something about her design and like weird. Her definitely weird. Yeah. Nah, you choose who you like at the end of the day. I chose the male Trailblazer in Honkai Star Rail, and I chose the male character in Genshin. Really, since then, if there's an option to choose between male and female, I usually choose female. Give me Nikkei compared to that's what I need. In what regard? Same sort of gameplay? Or do you mean, how about regulating big factories? Yeah, it's just like, it's just ridiculous, man. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not one of these people that's a climate denier. I think the things that we need to fix, the pollutants in the air in terms of the particles in our waters, in our rivers, in our seas and our rivers, you know? I think a lot of the net zero stuff and all this push for that, I think it's just a way to freaking tax the shit out of people. You know what I mean? Because like in the UK now, they've took winter fuel payments. I don't want to get political, but in the UK now, they've took winter fuel payments off some pensioners, some of the poorest pensioners in the country. So they'll be like £300 a year worse off in regards to paying their energy bills. And it's going to mean that there's going to be old people out there who are going to have to choose between eating and heating. But then they said they had to do it because there was a black hole in the economy. And I think this saved the government like about £1.4 billion or something like that. They've just sent like 11 billion out the country to provide like other countries the ability to reduce emissions and stuff. And it's just bullshit, like, I think. I really do. I do. And I'm not talking about that I think the environmental problems are bullshit, because they're not. I just think the way we're dealing with it, I think it's all just a money-making scheme to move money out of taxpayers' hands into corporate hands. I do. I really do. Might be seen as conspiracy shit, but I do. It's bad everywhere, man. Like, the world's in a, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, like, we ain't gonna stop on it too long, but the world's in a shitty position at the minute. It really is. You know, you've got war in the Middle East again. Look what's happening in Syria. You got war in Europe, proper war in Europe since what, the 50s. You know what I mean? We're edging ever closer to potential major conflicts between major countries. Well, I suppose we kind of have in a sense now with Ukraine and Russia. But for a long time, wars in the world have been powerful countries like maybe America or Britain or Russia or whatever, targeting very small countries. We're at the point where we're really getting close to the potential of major powers going head to head. You know, we've got inflation, we've got fucking food crises, costs of living, energy prices, fuel prices, like, and it's just crazy, man. I think that's why so many people just want to play video games to get away from it. That's why I think sometimes people get sick of shit being pushed into the video games, don't they? It's like, bro, I have to hear about this all the time, man. Can't I just see some big titty waifus and be happy about it? You know? Let me just look at some booba, please. Are you making me feel bad about it? But yeah, I'm looking forward to Ananta. I think the game looks cool. I do. I think it looks cool. It's got lots of potential anyway. I'd say potential up here right now, right? I think that's fair to say. Now, some people it might not just be for them, but I think in terms of potential for this being the next big thing, I'd say out of everything, in my opinion, I think this has probably got the potential to be the next big thing. Now, I know some people would say, nah, it's Azure Premilia. Although I do think Azure Premilia will do well. I think because of the setting, I just think because it's the fantasy setting again, I think that's going to hold it back from being the next big thing. I think this potentially has the most likelihood of doing that. It's just if they handle it well, you know? So I guess we'll see. We're living in Cyberpunk 2077, except we don't have... Right? It's like, if we're going to live in some dystopia, at least let me have robotic arms that I can punch through walls. You know what I mean? Come on. If I'm going to have to deal with all the other crap, man, I want to be able to run 45 mile an hour. Something like that. Jump over a fucking bus. At least I could have some fun. You know? I ain't died before DMCX PGR, the PGR crossover, right? Time to go to the moon. All right, then. Had a look at Nanta. Let's take a look at the player choice then, shall we? Because we know that Wua made it into the final 10, I think. Is this the final round? No, this is round 2 or 3. Okay. All right, then. So the next one's into the final round, then I guess, yeah? Round 3 is the finalists, I'm assuming. Player's voice. Which is your favourite game of the year? Player's Voice is 100% fan-voted award across 3 rounds. The winner will be announced on December. Okay, so round 3 is the final then, yeah? Okay, all right then. So we're in the semi-final here, pretty much, right? Next step, World Cup final, basically. So we know we got through. From what I heard, it did, didn't he? It did, didn't it? Yeah, it did, yeah. Okay, all right. Let's have a look at the competition then. I'm actually, I'll admit, I'm not surprised, but I'm surprised because I think gacha communities are probably more active than, I guess, the Final Fantasy community or the Metaphor ReFantasio community. You know what I mean? So I guess I'm not surprised at the same time, but we got Black Myth Wukong, not surprising. I think he deserves to be up there. Again, though, it's not really about what deserves, it's about how active the communities are. Elden Ring, we know, has got a thriving community. I think there's going to be a lot of... I don't know how the voting works with this as well. Is it access to global? Does everybody around the world get access to voting on this? Because if that's the case, Chinese vote's going to be strong with Black Myth Wukong, isn't he? And I think as well, probably a bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? A rebellious vote in regards to Black Myth Wukong in you know, the way it was looked upon by the journalistic media, in the way they kind of put the game down for various reasons because they chose not to do things that journalists wanted them to do. So we got Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, which makes sense as well. Another amazing game. Well, it was DLC, but that's considered a part of things now, isn't it? Shout out to you for the follow, appreciate you. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Genshin Impact, which I'm not surprised that it's in there because obviously Genshin community is massive. I'm kind of surprised that, like, I guess it's not really game of the year though, is it? So I guess it's kind of fair that it's there because I'm like, well, it shouldn't really be there because it's not, it's been there before. It's out 5 years, but at the same time, this is not a game of the year award, is it? This is just literally a player's choice of that year. Helldivers 2 makes sense for that to be there. At one point, this was a cultural phenomenon, wasn't it? This was like everybody. I'd never played this actually. Everybody and their mom was playing this game at one point. You couldn't move anywhere on Twitter, on YouTube, like pretty much every social media site. There was pictures of people playing it, doing insane stuff. The game looked like a lot of fun. And then Sony fucked up by bringing in, what was it, the PSN signing thing or something like that? That basically made it so you had to have, I think it was a PlayStation account, which pretty much stopped people in multitude of countries accessing the game, didn't he? So now you can't even play the game, I think, in a lot of countries, which, Sony doing Sony. I think they repealed that in the end, though, but I think still if you're in certain regions, you can't play this anymore, can you? I could be wrong on that though. And we got Metaphor Refantasio. I think this has got developers from the freaking what's it? What's it called? What's the game's called now? Persona games. That's it. The Persona series. Jesus Christ, man, my memory. I think there's developers that worked on Persona, worked on this, and you can definitely see it in the game. It's got that Persona-like style to it, hasn't it? Interesting game. I do plan on getting this at some point because I like the Persona games. I've been planning to get it. I'm kind of waiting for it to go on a deep sale, if I'm honest, really, because I just know I haven't got the time to play it now. So I'm just waiting for it to be cheap. Yeah, Atlas working on it. I think there's actually some Persona devs working on this. Yeah, from I don't know if it was on Persona 3 devs working on this potentially. Power World again. Another social phenomenon, wasn't it? Massive game, being sued by Pokemon at the minute because they suck. Nintendo suck. Huge game. Played this. Didn't play too much of it, if I'm honest, though. Played a little bit with Rosie. Had fun with it. A lot of fun, actually. It's your typical survival crafting game, but you just got Pokemon with guns, pretty much, which is kind of cool. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Stellar Blade as well. Never played Stellar Blade. I think, is Stellar Blade, is it a PlayStation 5 exclusive? Am I tripping? It is, yeah. I think that's the reason why I never played Stellar Blade, because I think you got to have a PlayStation, haven't you? Which is a shame, because the game does look cool for a lot of reasons. Obviously, Wuthering Waves. We know Wuthering Waves. Good to see Wuthering Waves on here. Good to see the community's been out in strength, competing with things like Genshin, really. Shows that there is a lot of Huyo refugees willing to make their voice heard, I guess. No need to say any more, really. I think we all can see why Wuthering Waves, I think, deserves to be in some of these award categories this year, especially if you're looking at Gacha mobile games, but just games in general, because it's a great game. So yeah, awesome image as well. The best waifu in the game, just got to say. And then obviously Zenless Zone Zero. Again, I do think Zenless deserves to be in here as well. I think it's hard to say though. What do you reckon's gonna win? Can Wua make it through to the final? I said I didn't think he could make it through to here, so I'm not even gonna say he can't make it through. You know, but what is it gonna be? Is it gonna be like a final 5? Is it? I'm guessing it's gonna be a final 5. Yeah, do 5 get eliminated now? Votes cast for this round. So I'm assuming that there's going to be 5 left, yeah. Just watch Dead Runners. Everyone played till the start. Yeah, right, with Helldivers. Stellar Blade from the Nikkei devs. A PS5 exclusive. I thought it was. So, all right, let's try and figure out what we think's going through. Okay, I'm assuming it's 5. So, okay, what do I think's going to go through? Oh, it's kind of hard. I think Black Myth Wukong's getting through. I think Elden Ring's going to get through. Now I'm thinking between Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Stellar Blade or Metaphor. Like, I'm thinking between those 3. One of those 3 is going to get a spot as well. I'm going to say, I don't feel like I should count out Final Fantasy VII, but I'm leaning more towards Stellar Blade. You know? All right, I'll say Stellar Blade. I think Stellar Blade's going to get through. And then I want to say Wua. I'm going to put it out there. Let's say Wua. I don't know if it will, but let's say Wua. And then Final Fantasy. Yeah, I'm going to say. I think Final Fantasy is going to get through. So we'll say Black Myth, Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII, Stellar Blade, Wua. Bias, it's bias. That's a want. I don't know if it's necessarily, I think it's going to happen. But I didn't think it was going to get through to this round, and it did. So I'm going to say that's a want more than anything. Well, I think potentially Stellar Blade and Black Myth Wukong are going to get strong votes from global communities and also as like a rebellion sort of vote, a protest vote, just because of we know what the games are like nowadays. And this was kind of panned by journalists because of the sexualization, because there was lots of booty cheeks on the show, wasn't that? And I respect the devs for that. So yeah, I'm going to say that. I'm going to say those 5. That's the 5 I think are getting through. What's going on, Kiosha? Welcome to the stream. What are you saying? Stellar Blade, Wooer, ZZZ, Black Myth, and Shadow of the Erdtree, yeah? Okay. Elden Ring, Metaphor, Final Fantasy VII, Stellar Blade, and Helldiver. And it's a fair freaking list. Wukong versus Genshin versus Elden Ring. Okay. Yeah, I think that you're right there. Like, I think Metaphor might as well. I just don't know if the community side of things will be as big as Stellar Blade and Final Fantasy. You know, you're talking Final Fantasy, massive franchise, but are they a vocal community? They're vocal enough to get them here, but are they vocal? I feel like the Stellar Blade might be a smaller community, but there's going to be a lot of protest votes as well. You know what I mean? And I think, obviously, I haven't played it yet, but from what I've heard and what I think about the game and what I've seen, I can understand why it's here. And I wouldn't even think, you know what, that's a shitty thing for it to get through. Rebirth was good also. I haven't played it yet. I've got the first remake on PC, but I still haven't played that yet. CCs have really been pushing with a voting video, so it might have a decent chance. One thing Gacha has over other games is a mobile market, yeah, and like extremely vocal fans, because like there's going to be the Wua and ZZZ fan base potentially, and maybe the Genshin fan base out here just not so much bothered about the game winning, but it's more about beating the other one. You know what I mean? The Kuro versus Huyo thing will be there to definitely push votes for that. I think Black Myth and Stellar Blade will have like the protest votes against the woke ideology, if you will. Not to use it like that, but you know what I mean. That's what people will do and say. I think Elden Ring and Final Fantasy will just get through on merit in terms of that they've got a lot of community that like loves the games. But then again, no, that could be there for a Metaphor, couldn't he? Is he good? Is it Chase? Twitter TGA posts is draining Woower comments. Yeah. I think that's why sometimes people like the Woower community, don't they? Because they're fucking loud. They might be small, but they're loud. The Shadow of the Erdtree was DLC. I think they've changed the rules now, haven't they? I think I don't know if it has to be like standalone DLC or like I don't know if it just DLC gets included entirely. Making tons of alt emails. Well, apparently they're supposed to be able to stop the bots now, or they've got a way to not necessarily stop them, but decipher when it's illegitimate votes. So it'll be interesting to see, I guess. So yeah, I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna nail my colours to the mouse. I'm gonna say Black Myth, Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Stellar Blade, Woowa. The Woowa one, bias, but I'll say. DLC should be a different category. I think that potentially maybe why it's been added in now is because you've got so many live service games, haven't you? And that maybe a lot of games don't really do full DLCs like Shadow of the Erdtree now, do they? You know what I mean? A lot of games just don't do it, do they? You know, a DLC that's like a full-on DLC that's like a compartmentalized version of the original game. Because as far as I'm aware, Shadow of the Erdtree is supposed to be huge, yeah. It's almost supposed to be like a whole new game in a sense. You just don't really get that nowadays, do you, from game companies? But at the end of the day, I think the one we want them to win is the mobile game of the year award, isn't he? Because then we get free shit. They'll be doing everything but play the game, right? Had a dream where we were one and Kuro gave us Jinlin for free. I feel potentially it's either going to be a 5-star selector, or I think they've been holding back a 6th potential character for Rinascita with the thought that might happen, and if not, it'll just get released as like a banner. I'm making that up, like I've got nothing to prove that. Clocked in 70 hours, yeah. I've only played the base game. Yeah, like, I think that's why it's got in there, hasn't it? Because, like, really, you know, you could compare it. Like, there's, like you say, there's probably more hours of gameplay in the DLC of this than there is in something like Stellar Blade, isn't there? 5-star Rinascita character, good old PGR special. You reckon? I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't surprise me at all, actually. Shit, man. West Ham player, fucking Michael Antonio's fucking been in a car accident, hasn't he? He's had to have an operation on his leg, I think. It's not great. What do you want, Tels? You're staring at me like... Hold up. Staring at me like you want to go somewhere, and then you don't. Unfortunately, if they do a select, it'll have to be for the standard banner. Well, yeah. I think it will be something pretty big, though. Like, it'll either be something like that, or it's going to be like, you know, a massive amount of pulls or something like that, or like potentially like some sort of event, maybe. I'm only pulling for Zany and Brandt in 2.0. I'm going to see what the crack is first before I decide who I'm pulling on. I want to try and pull on all of them if I can. Yeah, I guess I'll have to see how good they are. Pardon me. You know, if they do what I want them to do, no, I'll be sure to pull on them. What's going on 6? Might only pull for Rochir and maybe Janie. Jinsy skin for free copium. I don't know, man. I'm thinking... I want Carlotta to be good, because I want a reason to use a ranged character in WoW, because I think, for the most part, they're all kind of unfun to use. So I'd like a good gun character that's enjoyable, that feels like it's... I don't want to say meta, because I don't know if WoW's necessarily got like a meta like that, but feels like, you know, it can hang, and it isn't a waste in regards to, especially if it's a DPS unit, it isn't a waste to a melee unit. So I want Carlotta to be good, and I do want to pull her because she looks gorgeous. Like, I like her design. It's like proper up my street in terms of design, white hair, you know, everything else banging. I want Brandt to be cool as well. Like, you know, I spoke about this idea of being like a hybrid fusion character. If that's the case, I'd love the idea of a ranged melee type character. I've heard a lot of people commenting on my video saying they reckon he's supposed to be a healer, which I wouldn't be against. You know, I'd rather him maybe fill like a support sub DPS role, I guess, maybe, but because I've already got healers, really, but I wouldn't be against it. Yeah, I really like Brandt's look as well. I really like the look of Phoebe, man. You know what I mean? Like, I really like the look of Phoebe. Like, I hope Phoebe's like really a good character, because she's the first blonde character outside of Verena, you know, in terms of like a adult female character that's got blonde hair, and that's like, I know that sounds really stupid. Plus, I really like her design. She's like a reverse 1999 design to me. I really like Phoebe. What's going on, depressed? I just got here by the way. What's skin $20? I don't know. People might have been. I think we're talking about what's it? Jinsey skin maybe. Give us a less hype character for 2.0 for free. Yeah, maybe. It's probably Rachia, wouldn't it? Let's think about it. I think she's the least hyped character, isn't she? Apparently, Lumi will straight DPS. I thought she'd be a sub DPS. Not gonna lie, I'll skip most of them, mostly because I want a S6, maybe R5 Camellia on a rerun. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Isn't Brian support? Is that what we're calling Brand? That's what a lot of people have been saying. I think it had, well, I think we can, it's safe to say that what? It looks like Brant's a Broadblade user, yeah? Carlotta's a range user. Rachia is a rectifier user, I'm guessing. I'd say it's safe to say Zane is a gauntlet user. So that just leaves then Phoebe to be a sword user, doesn't he? So I'm thinking Carlotta DPS. I'm thinking Zany might be another DPS potentially, maybe as well. Rachia, I'm thinking like a sub DPS, maybe. Same with Brandt, sub DPS / support role, maybe even a healer, like a lot of people have been saying. And then Phoebe, I don't know, with Phoebe, I don't know. Like, I feel like her design screams that she's some kind of like support, sustain character. But I just feel the way that Kuro is, she's not going to be that. What's going on, Yancy? Yeah, I was in V's chat yesterday. Yeah, I was just retorting to fucking Arthur, talking some wild shit about me. That he, like, had no clue what he was talking about. I felt a bit bad because I think I was derailing V's chat a little bit. But Arthur was just telling lies about me because I don't know why the dude just does it all the time. So I had to reply to him. Arthur's an idiot. Yeah, he is. He apologised in the end to me. He was just making statements like, what, as if I've never, like, he was basically making it that I've never been critical about the story in Wuthering Waves. Anybody who's watching my content knows that is bullshit. That I've never questioned like stuff in the game. Like, Christ, you guys know me. I've called out the story. I've called out endgame content. I've called out freaking a multitude of different stuff in the game, haven't I? But yeah, dude was just like, I think basically he got banned out of Foxhole stream because he was going a bit wild. So he went into V stream, I think, just to call Foxhole a coward and basically say that pixel tree's fake as well. I was like, you want to call me fake, bro? Because I disagree with you. Really cool if Brad was a support. We need more, to be honest. Yeah, I'd be cool with him being a support. Like, because some people were saying, like, what if he's a healer? And then I was thinking, oh, interesting, because he's got a pistol and he's got his sword. So what if he does use his sword, his pistol, to, like, buff incoming characters or buff the squad or, like, heal the squad or something like that? That'd be kind of cool thing to see. Hey, what's going on, 60? We players really want everything for free, like Kuro should give away their whole company for free. Ginger Skinny's rumoured to be $50 and he's not a pay-to-win PvP game, so just ignore if you can't afford. Do you reckon it's going to be $50? I don't know if it's going to... It depends, actually. It depends what it comes with, doesn't it? It depends if they go down, like, I guess, like the PGR route, maybe, and it's, like, full-on Colting VFX and maybe some potentially, like, content with it. No, I haven't even started playing yet. I've just been yapping, dude. I've just been yapping. Oh, it's just somebody from, I think he's initially from Fox's chat. Like, he's just some guy who's always on this, like, crusade to point out that Wuthering Waves just is worse in all these different areas, and the community are trash. And it's just like, okay, cool, it's cool, bro. Okay, you know what I mean? It's like, all right, that's your thoughts. But like, he just doesn't leave it. Like, dude, he even got called up in one of Saints videos. Dude was in Saints comment section going on and on, arguing with people for so long. Like, he's one of those people that, like, he don't just make a statement. He'll argue until the cows come home, and argue when you're not even making points against what he's saying. It's just like, dude, just like, he can't help himself. And then he'll like make statements like, I think that he's just a bit of, I think he even was trying to make out he's just a light, a light bit of what's it? It's not. Dude's a stan. And I think he genuinely gets pissed off with people who don't feel the same as him. I like the fact that 294,000 people lose sleep over Woo every night. I was streaming with some friends and we were saying, what if Brand had stance changes? Yeah, like, I've been talking about this potential Gen 2 of Resonators, where Forte is actually like a stance change or even a potential combat change. Because I suppose you could argue, some people say you've seen it a little bit with like Jian, which I don't necessarily think. But like, we can kind of see it with Camellia, can't we? When she's not only getting like different attacks, but she's got she's got two layers to her, hasn't she? You've got like a forte element, or when you've E'd and then you're into your swinging, and when you're not. And I feel like we might potentially get something like that in the future, whatever it's through, whether it's through your forte, whether it's through whatever, potentially using up your concerto without switching out, to, go into a separate phase, i.e. a different stance, or even potentially a different attack cycle, or combinations, whatever it might be. Arguing about Genshin and saying like, oh yeah, dude, man, he was up in his comment section for ages, I think. Like, I was watching the video and I was like, that name rings a bell, man. I'm sure I've seen that in somebody else's chat, and that profile image. And then I was lurking in one of Foxhole stream and I was like, that's him. Bro, you know what? I had the same sort of thought process, Neo. Straight up. Wouldn't surprise me. We've seen it before, haven't we? I've been around the block enough times, man. We've had some crazies in the past. You go back to the Fortnite days, like, woo! We had some weirdos. We had some real weirdos. Yeah, looking cool. Again, posted this the other day. Wuthering Waves wins the Gaming on Phone Awards. I don't think anybody really cares about this, though, do they? Kuro definitely don't. I know it's a smaller whatsy. Because when they posted that Kuro were in there, nothing. And then obviously the Game Awards got announced and Kuro were like, woo! Which obviously makes sense because it's going to bring in more eyes. This isn't bringing in any eyes. But again, I think they played it safe. It seemed that every category had a different winner, which I guess is fair. I can't disagree with the winners necessarily from the different awards. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, dude. Definitely. Getting so pressed over a game could never be me. Could never be me. Hold up a second, yeah. I did want to check out some videos to check out as well. Let's have a look at this video from Gacha Game. There's two videos I actually wanted to watch from Gacha Gamer, actually. Our Genshin characters are becoming too absurd and never needs to ever his gameplay is amazing, but first impressions of NTE. So we can check that out if you want to. I really want to see the final rounds. We're talking about the PvP between Pokey and Saint. Oh, if they win, like, God, I don't know what they'll be giving out if they win. Look what they gave out for freaking just getting it announced. You know? Kind of wild. I didn't expect anything like that, if I'm honest.
I'm playing the new.
Oh, the TGA. Yeah. Me too, actually. All right. Let's check out this video from Gacha Gamer then, shall we? Drop it a preemptive like. Never Miss to Ever Miss gameplay is amazing, but Never Miss to Ever Miss first impressions. As somebody who was, I've said multiple times, it's public, that it was my most anticipated gacha. It's still very much an anticipated gacha for me. I think Ananta might have stole the throne now. I'm fickle, I know. But we saw gameplay, which is always going to change people's minds a bit, to be fair. And it definitely needs work, doesn't it? Just from an outsider's perspective, combat, pacing, in regards to the combat itself, impact, the elements, all that sort of stuff. For the most part, seem like they need work. There's lots of positives about the game as well, though. But let's see what Gacha Game's got to say about it then, shall we? And yeah, let's see what's going. See what's going on.
So I've spent a lot of time playing the newest game, Neverness to Everness, and I have some strong feelings about it. I've completed a ton of missions, I leveled all my characters, I built my team, and most important of all, I explored a lot of the city itself, because to me, that...
See, I don't know. It was a trailer. It was highly edited. But just looking at the car gameplay that we've got to see from Ananta already, looks a bit better, doesn't he? Cars look very stiff in this. I don't know, we didn't really get to see the best angles in Ananta. Just things like the suspension just looked a lot more, I don't want to say realistic, but, you know, impactful. The cars looked better moving on the roads.
That's the most important thing, since it's very unique to see anime girls driving around the town and checking out all the urban elements.
Damage zone.
Now, I think this is the first closed beta test, and if you haven't noticed, the game was only available in Chinese, both for text and voice. So I had to use my trusty phone to translate some stuff. And actually, the reason I got into this beta was thanks to the developers who wanted to support my channel, which I'm thankful for. However, I will be sharing my opinion and thoughts about the game, as well as some feedback.
Okay.
Anyway, what is...
The game is gorgeous though, isn't it? The game is really pretty, you know? It's really pretty.
Neverness to Everness, or NTE, all about? Well, in terms of story and the world, I tried my best to understand it via translation, but basically, you start things off with the main character whose name is Zero.
Cutscenes are really good as well.
Of anomaly control, which are like, I guess, Men in Black, but for anomalies.
See, there is this game. This is going to be the new Genshin with the new waves, isn't it? This, because you've got the Bureau for Anomaly Control. And then I think in Ananta, isn't it like the agency for something to do with chaos or some shit like that? You know, the PvP, I think, is going to be kind of enjoyable to sit back and watch.
Instead of aliens, and you are introduced to a lot of different characters before meeting up with the director, who gives you the first task of finding a weird anomaly. Later on, it turns out the main character has a special ability to sense the anomalies, and after completing the task, you get stationed in this quirky building, where you meet some of the cast and get on with the daily life of assisting various people and businesses, helping them remove the anomalies that's bothering them. Oh, and you also have fuzzy memory, so you decide on a new name to get called, and in my case...
I didn't know that was a thing. So we've got amnesia again then, have we? Okay. We're doing that again. All right.
I am Gacha Gamer. Now, one thing I've noticed was the storytelling and character development. All the scenes are shot from a lot of different angles. Various non-conventional methods are used, like character faces doing those anime expressions.
Yeah, I like these.
Changing the overall style of the cutscene.
There's layers to the cutscenes, which I'm a big fan of. This is a thing, though. If this game doesn't do really well, are we going to see this change rapidly? Because there's a lot of time and effort put into these cutscenes, in the expressions, the layers, the little bubbles that pop up, the angles, the camera angle changes, things like this, literally switching from 3D engine models into animated 2D stuff. This is like really cool stuff, this is. Will it stick around though if the game isn't doing exceptionally well?
All of this is great and breaks from the monotony while still keeping things fresh. I also love the fact characters are goofy and interact with each other by amplifying their traits. Like this cat girl, Nunnally, I think that's her name. She likes to take care of her tail with the spray, but the other mini Oni girl becomes upset since she hates the smell of it. Like, there's tons of these lighthearted but fun moments. Also, the level design for...
I'll say that though, characters interacting with each other Good to see. Wuthering Waves needs to do more of that. I want to see my resonators talking to each other, definitely.
Story missions so far have been really good. Like, one of the first anomaly commissions you take on leads you to a haunted photo studio, where you get chased around by these camera frames, and if they
Just
take
like
a
Fatal
snapshot
Frame.
of you, you also take damage and freeze in place for a moment. I mean, the whole vibe of anomalies happening in a modern city is a great idea, to be honest.
I'm
Like,
here for
at
that.
this
Yeah,
photo
definitely.
studio, you finally get to fight a boss that's made up of camera film, and when you beat it, it would
I'll say that as well, even though the combat definitely needs work. From what I've seen of some of the boss fights, you can definitely see that Terror Fantasy inspiration, because I think one of the strong points of Terror Fantasy is the boss design and the boss mechanics. I think they're really good, actually. And they seem quite unique. You know, fighting a roll of film, that's a cool boss to fight. Like, come on, you know? You know, it's quite interesting. It's a clever design, if you will. I think, anyway.
was just a little piece of film that was causing these problems. And again, because the characters don't take themselves too seriously, you get to see some funny victory posing for the photos that they decide to shoot. Okay, so that's a brief overview of storytelling. Now, let me show you, in my opinion,
I think the
biggest
running
draw to the
animations look a
game,
bit stiff,
the
don't
urban
they?
open world. And starting with the cars, you
Okay.
cannot steal them like in GTA, which I guess that makes sense since you're playing a good guy. So instead, you can either
Plus, I think maybe because of the games being Chinese, I don't think they necessarily want you stealing cars, do they? Although in Ananta, you can commandeer, or it would have been cool if they'd have added something like that, because you're an agent at the government, you can commandeer the car. Promise I'll give you back later, you know, and that's just implied.
rent them or buy one from a car dealership. If you rent, you can immediately start driving it, while the car bought from the dealership needs to be summoned. Although in reality, any car you own or rent can be summoned with a button. Anyway, the driving actually feels nice, although it's still closed beta, so there's definitely some bugs and funny encounters you can run into,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I
but
saw this
overall,
clipping.
all cars so far I tried out felt different. And I don't know about you, but I just love sometimes to drive around aimlessly in the sunset. Also, as you
Yeah.
can see, you can
How many people have, obviously, if you play GTA, which I'm hoping most of you probably have just driven around GTA trying to abide by the road laws. You're driving at the speed limits. You're not trying not to hit traffic. You're stopping at the traffic lights. You know, I think we've all done that, right? We've all done that. I want to be doing that in these sort of games as well. It doesn't last very long because you usually bump a car and next thing you know, you've accidentally hit a lamppost, or you bump a police car and next thing you know, you're in a 4-star freaking police chase because you shot the copper. And, you know, but I like to be able to do that in these sort of games, I do, so I can actually feel like, you know, try and immerse yourself in role-playing for a few moments before you end up murdering like 50 people.
easily beat up the cars from reckless driving. You can smash into a lot of objects and cause some havoc. That's literally the first thing I did. I just wanted to test the limits. But what's more interesting is that some cars, like this fastest one, become quite slower when they're beat up. They don't explode, but some can become less efficient. Also, with the
That's
three
cool.
different car models I tried
looks
out,
like a Jetta.
this one had medium speed but sucked at sharp turns. The Jeep, or whatever it is, I'm not a car person, this one had great durability and even beat up could drive consistently. And then this fastest one would spin out of control if you're not careful enough.
The
By
city's
way, you can
design
just go
looks
to a
good though,
tuning
doesn't
shop
it?
and repair the cars and even pick a different color. All for a small price of currency you can easily obtain in the game. And I believe in the future you can also do some tuning with different car parts. But yeah, driving in the city is pretty crazy. We've come pretty far in the gacha market. I mean, just look at those beautiful graphics during rainy day, since the game is using Unreal Engine 5 with various technologies, so it all looks stunning while cruising around. Still,
This is my worry though, with it being on UE5, is what's the frame rate limitations going to be because of all of the TAA and all the different aspects of it. Because again, going back to that video I watched the other day on Unreal Engine and how it's potentially limiting frame rate in games at the moment. Really interesting watch. A lot of the stuff went over my head, but just something to think on actually. But yeah, it does look good. It does look good. It does. It does look good. Again, the problem is at the minute, it's kind of in that comparison phase, isn't it? Because Ananta just dropped that trailer, so everything you're looking at in this game, you can't help of that little voice in your head going, well, looked a little bit better on the Ananta trailer, but this is gameplay. We gotta take that into account. This is actual proper gameplay. It's not edited. Well, it's edited by the YouTube, but you know what I mean? It's not a trailer. It's actually full on, fully fledged, full fat gameplay.
Besides getting from point A to B, I didn't find any vehicle activities to do, although I think stuff like racing and more will come in the future, so I am looking forward to that. Also, there's a train you can ride around by getting inside, so public transportation for the win, although not so much winning if you ride on top of the train and crash into a tunnel's wall. Now, besides transportation...
Oh man, it's a shame that the ragdolling's not there. You know, again, this is where for me, when I looked at open world games and I think about that sort of stuff that's fun in a game, where like GTA and Red Dead Redemption just are the gold standard. Because for me, when you've got an open world game, those are the silly little things you want to do. I'm going to go and ride the top of a train and get clapped by the bridge. You know what I mean? Let me get run over. Let me try and run other people over. And I understand them not wanting to have that sort of stuff in the game because it's not GTA at the end of the day. But just like having ragdoll physics in a game can make for some hilarious moments in a video game, can't they?
What can you actually do in the city? Well, since we're living in the age of consumerism, there's tons and tons of shops and markets you can visit and buy stuff. I'm not kidding you. I think I visited like 15 places, and there's still more to find. From ramen to fish to burger joints to furniture dealers to even real estate agents. That's right, you can even buy yourself a nice apartment and decorate it with a lot of modern stuff like sofas, queen-size beds, and so on. Heck, you can even run some businesses like this coffee shop, assign some characters, create beverages or dishes, and earn some income passively. Overall,
okay, so it is for currency in game. That is. I was wondering that before when they mentioned that you're going to be able to have jobs and stuff and that. Like, what was the reasoning going to be? Is it going to be a gameplay element, or is it literally going to be like assigning characters like how you can in like PGR or Genshin or Star Rail to basically get you some materials back? So it seems like the latter.
A lot of little distractions in this game, and the density of shops is quite distracting. So we will often end up in some place just checking out some goods. By the way, one impressive technology at play here is the seamless loading from indoors to outside. Granted, I think right now it still needs some optimizing since I heard from others too, there's a small frame rate drop when leaving and entering places. But it's still a cool feat here, especially when we'll talk about encountering anomalies in a moment. But what's a city without inhabitants? When walking,
I think that's always going to be a case even when the game's out. It's minimizing it to the point where it's unnoticeable in them transition periods where you might have a couple of frames dropping rather than it being, I don't know, going from 120 to 70 or something, and maybe going from like 120 to 115 and then back up again.
Around, I came across a lot of NPCs just doing their own thing. Like this group of people dancing around a street musician.
Yeah, but like, it doesn't look great though, does it though? You know? It's got these dudes doing this. You know, like, I'm okay with repetitive animations and repetitive NPCs. In a game like this, you're going to have them. But when you've got them next to each other, have them doing something a little bit different. For me personally, it's just, you know, because in games like this, when it comes to gacha games, I don't really talk about immersion too much. But when you're going to give me a city like this to explore, I do want to feel immersed in certain things. And little things like this, it's not game breaking or a deal breaker. But it's just like, have this dude putting both hands up maybe, or him doing something else. If he's going to stand right next to him at least anyway, you know, just to give a bit of a variety. And I wouldn't even have an issue if you had a crowd of people and there was a few people doing the same thing. But when there's just two of them, you know, give me something different from the guy standing right next to the other dude. When the driving gets old, will the traversals still feel good though? I feel like we're in the honeymoon phase and I wonder how good these mechanics will feel in the future. Well, this is a problem for me that comes with all open world games, not just gacha games, is that the world itself can kind of become a barrier to fun sometimes, because if the exploration isn't incredibly intuitive, immersive and fun, especially in a gacha game when you've got work to do, shall we say, in your dailies and material farming, getting from A to B can end up being a pain in the ass. You know, that's why obviously you want teleports and stuff, but there's always going to be that little bit of traversal from getting to your beacon to where you need to go to. So it has to be done good, doesn't it? And this is why I say that open world games sometimes can negate that enjoyment a little bit. And this isn't just a gacha game thing. This is an open world game problem altogether. This is why, again, I always go back to things like Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA, where I never feel like it's a chore to move around in those games, where not every game does that so well. That just traveling back to a mission or a safe house or something, it's like, oh God, can't I just get there? This is annoying. Like, so yeah, I agree. They've got to work on that in making it enjoyable. I think that'll just always be a problem anyway. I think it's unavoidable to a degree.
Or if
Oh, at
you
least
go
she's
to a local
clapping.
academy, you can see a bunch of students doing stretches, running laps, and so on. Or if it's raining, you can see some people walking with umbrellas, while some hastily run covering their heads from getting wet. Like, part of the fun was just to see what people
that's
are
better.
doing in the city, and it
That's
definitely
better.
made
At
it
least
feel
people are doing
alive.
different stuff.
Still, let's
Okay.
not forget this is a world where anomalies happen, and if you encounter them while exploring, man, they are really cool. Usually the perspective will change in some trippy way, like here world went upside down, and now
I
I'm
think this
fighting
sort of
these
stuff's really
creepy
cool,
dudes
though.
with umbrellas, and if I
You
beat
know,
them, I am
This is cool. This is these sort of little mechanics like that where you get that like that visual VFX effect roll through. That is dope. That is, in my opinion. I'm definitely here for that. Really good. I
rewarded
like
with a chest. Or if I talk to this random entity of boxing gloves, a literal ring rises up from the ground,
That's
and I have
dope.
to knock it out quickly. If I defeat it, I even get a unique weapon disc I can equip on characters.
Was that boxing gloves attached to just a brain? Is that like, are we supposed to give that brain CTE or something?
And probably my favorite part was when I was driving around, and this ghostly motorcycle enemy appeared, so I chased it down and then got into this epic fight, again gaining the disc weapon afterwards. Now, to be clear,
Dollar
you can
Store
either
Inferno
run into
Rider,
these
isn't he?
anomalies by just exploring, or you can use this anomaly activity locator to find them. So these are like exploration tasks you can do for extra rewards, which is nice if you don't want to blindly look for them. There's also these ravens that hold spheres, and they are found everywhere around the city. Collect
Okay.
enough of them and you can turn in for rewards, so like a collectible system basically. But yeah, in terms of city life and
Sonos
anomaly
caskets.
exploration, it feels pretty balanced, and the area
Which is
itself
good,
for
though.
this beta felt big enough to explore. As you can see the map itself, there's enough distinct environments like residential area, commercial district, a park with an arena, and so on. Alright, you saw some combat footage, so
Yes.
what's it like? Well, in short, there's an attribute or elemental system, I guess, and each character belongs to one, and looking at this wheel, characters from adjacent elements can cause various fusions. Like, some can make the enemy slower, others apply damage over time effects,
So it's
and
kind of
on.
like elemental
Characters
reaction,
can also
but not
amplify
the
these
same.
effects, but because it's all in a language I cannot read properly, so I cannot comment too much on these systems. Also, enemies have stagger bars, and one of the fastest ways to build it up is by performing perfect dodges. You will see the character gain this glowing effect, and next attack will inflict a lot of stagger.
Just
Once
like-
the enemy's stagger
What I'm seeing from the combat itself, the fundamental ideas are there, you know? The fundamental ideas are there. They just need to be worked upon. Again, it's kind of like an elemental reaction system, I think, but from what I've heard from other people who've played it, it's not quite the same, and I think that definitely needs work. But like, just like looking at what's there, it feels like the elements are there. They just definitely need a lot of work on that. Again, I'm going to make a video soon talking about afflictions or status effects, if you will, that I'd like to see. I'd love to see them in Wuthering Waves. Doubt it'll ever happen, but not necessarily an elemental reaction, but elemental stacking that can happen within a specific element. So it's not about reacting with other elements. It's about stacking within the same element and using the status effects to get damage buffs and debuffs and afflictions added onto enemies and such. We'll talk about that in another video.
bar is full, they take a lot of one-time damage,
Genshin
and
things
bosses,
again.
for example, even become stunned. Now, in terms of powers, all characters have a skill and ultimate, plus some
That's a
passive
cool looking
abilities.
enemy.
So you build up a team of 4, and then you can see some of them can light up during combat, and you can unleash their, I don't know, combo or outro attack, whatever the name is, so you can hop between these units stylishly and deal more damage. Also,
Okay.
some characters like this Catgirl Nunnally can warp gravity, and you can start
This is
walking
really
on
cool, though.
walls, which
This
can
is
be
really
a
cool.
pretty dizzying experience for some, but it's nice to see you can explore the city in different ways. Still,
Looks a
where
little bit
there's
jank
a
at the moment,
gacha,
though.
there's character progression. And honestly, this one is pretty standard so far. You've got the level ups and ascensions, then there's
Combat for now is 3 buttons: attack, skill, ultimate, other gachas of air attacks, charge attacks, different combination using basic and charge attacks, dodge attacks here, only perfect dodges, right? So yeah, it feels not finished. Yeah, I think it's got nuance that needs adding to it, doesn't it? I think all of the components are there. They've just got to build upon them now, really. I think that's their job, and hopefully they'll do that. That'll be the main focus, is that combat needs to work. Everything else can can get worked on later. The combat is elementary, isn't it, really?
Disc/weapon you can equip, and you can raise their abilities, hence you can also enable up to 6 duplicate powers, which we know as constellations. Although keep in mind, there's no gacha system in this CBT, but what's really cool is that you can actually toggle the constellations, which could be handy. Finally, probably the most...
Okay, that's cool. So, does it actually toggle them though, or is it just like, does it literally turn off the buff you get with that? Because that's cool for, like, I guess for challenges. You know, if you've got like a C6 of a character, but you want to, you want to just do arbitrary challenges potentially. I kind of like that.
Interesting power progression would be this, I guess, artifact system. You basically slot in these Tetris pieces in which all have main stats and substats. Plus, you can also put these 2 halves of a circle to enable a set bonus. However, what's really unique about these pieces is that you can immediately see all the substats before you level the pieces. So I was able to just handpick anything that had critical rate and...
Okay, I like that. I must admit, I like that. That's cool.
Damage, which felt quite liberating if I'm being honest, and I hope the devs keep this system in place. Now, as for the characters...
I bet they don't. I bet that gets gutted when the game comes out.
Got to play with quite a few of them. Probably my favorite one was this girl with black and white hair. She uses the power of darkness to deal damage in a cool way, and she can even shoot these blasts from her hand. I also liked this one who goes absolutely bonkers with the poor minion she uses. And I've had some really unhinged moments with her skill. Like when you hold down attack, she just sits down and her minions start sucking up things while she's singing.
Oh, so there is some sort of... Oh, it's just a light destructibility. It doesn't look as good as an Anta, though, I must admit. The interaction with the NPCs as well is not exactly great. I'd want them to maybe react a little bit more, connected to what you're doing here, rather than just kind of like staggering through what you're doing. Even if it was just a little, like GTA, old GTA. I'm not even talking like GTA 5 here. I'm talking like GTA 3 type stuff, reactions. I want, if I'm in an urban world, I want people to react around me when I'm doing weird shit. Is that
anyway,
eating?
Probably the last thing I want to mention would be the daily loot. It's quite standard so far. You got some stamina to spend for materials and account experience points, so things like ascension mats or boss items can be farmed with the stamina, and there's also a weekly boss you can fight for better loot up to 3 times per week. And of course, you better make sure to do those daily tasks, cause...
Why is the arbitrary number always 3 for the most part? It seems like that's the number, isn't it? Like we have these things that are set in stone. This is why I want to see more gacha games breaking out from these. But of course, they've got to like have the same sort of psychological aspects in the game. These loops, these things that bring you back. But like, I just always find it that these companies always repeat these same. Well, they did it that amount of numbers. We've got to do it. Well, that's how the end game works in this game. Well, we've got to do it. Like, let's see some change in that regard.
They award a lot of account experience. But yeah, these are my first impressions with NTE so far, and in my opinion, right now, I really enjoyed city exploration, and I especially like the theme of anomalies. They fit in perfectly into this world, and those trippy areas I visited, I always found something amusing about them. Now, as for my feedback, so far, I think the biggest one would be the optimization for stuff like frame rate drops, and also I would like to see more activities for vehicles and some more activities in general, since once you run out of one-time anomaly encounters, there's not much to do. But I think the biggest highlight for me would be the anomalies.
That'll be a major problem. If you're going to have an open urban world, there's got to be stuff to do, hasn't there? And again, this goes back to open world problems in general. If you're going to have a big open world to explore, you've got to give me reasons to explore, to want to do stuff within the world, haven't you? Otherwise, it just becomes this vacuous sandbox that's just got point of interest in specific places. And then, in a sense, it almost becomes a hub. And, how's it any different to just having a hub in another gacha game where you go to this area to do this, you go to that to do this, and it's just less inefficient in a way, isn't it, and looks prettier. If it doesn't feel interactive, immersive, and something you want to be a part of, it becomes a detriment to the game. Again, this is why I say open world games, unless the world is really good, can be a major negative to the game experience.
And I hope to see the devs continue innovating with the ways you can experience them, because this and the city itself was what made me excited to try the game again whenever the next testing round comes along. Anyway, thanks for watching the video, and as always, I'd really appreciate it if you could press the like button and subscribe to my channal. Thanks,
Already did, bro.
Already see you next time.
Okay, all right. I think
So I'm not sure.
what we can say,
So I spent a lot
really,
of
obviously, as not playing it, but we've all got eyes. We're gamers. I think we can look at stuff sometimes and kind of get a feel for how things are going to be, or at least what we're seeing anyway. I think the game's got plenty of potential. You know, there's definitely lots of positives. You know, like character design, the cutscenes, expressions, the artifact system looks kind of cool. I like that. If they keep the substats being visible, I like that as well. The combat looks like it has potential. It definitely has potential. It needs layers and nuance added to it, and obviously tweaked to just be a little bit more polished, shall we say? But like, it seems like a lot of those components are there. The open world looks good. It does look good. But I also think it might be a bit empty in things to do, because for me, if you've got less things to do, the interaction with the world itself has to be top tier. And what I'm talking about, I'm talking like, you know, like the ragdolling things of like, you know, like what we used to just mess around doing in GTA sometimes, you know, like Red Dead Redemption, like a game like that, you can spend hours just messing about in the world, really not doing anything or going anywhere, but just doing funny shit that causes stuff to happen that's just really fun to do. And I don't think this is going to have that. I don't think Ananta's going to have that either, really. So the points of interest have to be really good, don't they, to make the world feel fun to go around. Oh, I'm going to go over there because I'll go and do that, and I need to do this here, and them to be dotted everywhere pretty much, and POIs need to be everywhere, and to be fun as well. So I think that's something that will need to be worked on as well, though. But I think it's promising. I do think there's lots to look forward to in this game, but I also, now we've got to see it a little bit more. We can see, I guess, without the hype glasses on, that the game's it's got a lot of stuff to improve on, hasn't he? Hopefully, how to do it. Hopefully, they've learned from the mistakes with Terra Fancy. Hopefully, we'll see a good game. Because at the end of the day, I know that certain communities, when they see another game, they just want to trash on it and hope it does bad. We want good games, don't we? These good games, even if you're not going to play them, are going to make the games that you play better. So we all want this to be good. We want Ananta to be good, and hopefully it will be. But yeah, guys, if you haven't checked out Gacha Gamer, I'm sure you probably have. Go show him some love. I'm looking forward to the game now. I still am looking forward to it, but I think Ananta stole that top spot now for me personally. I do. Oh, dude, anybody else having issues with YouTube at the minute? I'm having major issues with YouTube, man. It's so laggy and slow. I've been having it like when I've been typing in chat, like it's lagging to type in chat, which is weird, and it's not a system side issue. Like it's definitely on YouTube server side of thing. I think Girls Frontline 2 has the same system that Artifacts already have the stats showed up here. Oh, really? Do they? Okay, we'll get to that in a bit then. A Girls Goals can eat almost 60% of what you see around the 10. That's cool then. At this point, it's like iPhone, UI, app icons, everyone does the same. Yeah. Again, I think there's lots of systems in the gacha space that are used, and I understand the psychological aspect sometimes because they want to push you to spend, but there's some aspects in the game that I genuinely don't think encourage spending, or are a detriment to the game itself. And they're just copied straight from other games. So it's like, oh, 3 weekly bosses. All right, we'll have 3 weekly bosses. This particular end game, all right, that's it. We'll have our end game. And it's like, come on, man. I feel like as we get into this more competitive space, we need individual stuff. Stuff's got to stand out, you know what I mean? We did have a lot of reasons to explore in the beginning and the middle, but we ran out of content in the end, hopefully. Well, I think that's one of the problems with open world games in general. This is why I say, for me, like things like GTA and Red Dead Redemption are the peak, because even, you know, when you've run out of the things to do that the game's like little thing, you could just fuck around fucking about on horses, you know, hog tying people, punching people in the street, getting into brawls, you know what I mean? Shooting people in the face because the way the ragdoll reacts funny. You know, like bumping into people on horse and carts and watching the physical stuff happen in the game. In terms of the physics based stuff, it's cool. You know, the same sort of thing in GTA. Like how many times, like, have you just like in GTA, do you just start like, I don't know, like things like going to the strip club in GTA and then just being like, you know what, I'm just going to shoot the place up. It's because it's like, that itself is fun to do. There's no reason to do it other than to have, and that's what open world games need to have. They need to have these things where it's like, it might not be a quest, or it might not be a daily material thing, or it's not going to give you any benefit in your account. But it's like, I want to go here and just do this because this is hilarious to do and it's fun. But I don't think these games are going to have that, are they? They're just not going to. And I'm not even saying like I want to go there to shoot the place up, but you know. And that all comes down to, I guess, engine. But then at the end of the day, when you're talking an anime game, can you expect to be able to do that stuff? Especially if it's a Chinese game. They're not going to want you beating people up in a strip club, are they? You know, I don't expect in an Anta to be able to rock up to the local strip club as an anime girl and just start beating the shit out of people while there's waifus dancing on the poles. You know, I don't expect to be able to get to the gym that's in an Anta and pick up a dumbbell and just start rocking people right in the head with you. I don't think that's going to be a thing. Cool, though. We're going to wait mecha now since Terrafan's going to have mechas permanently in game now. My issue with YouTube is there's ads everywhere. I'm lucky. Well, I suppose I'm not lucky. I pay for it. I have a YouTube Premium, so I forgot the ad experience on YouTube. I have upper browser, uBlock Origin extension. If you're on your phone, you might be screwed though. What's going on, Jornax? I don't think any open world game will have enough to do unless there's like a dynamic radiator or radiant system. Even GTA suffer until they get the player made activities to inflate content. There's always going to. Any game's always going to come to a limit of content. You know, that's just inevitable, isn't it? Like anything in life, you do it enough, it's going to be like, okay, this isn't as enjoyable as before. But I just think in terms of the physics-based systems, the quality of what's going on in the world, you know, like I say, just doing stuff in Red Dead Redemption that's just silly little things, like going into town, starting a fight in the bar, getting drunk, getting into a fist fight, and then next thing you know, you're on a full-on, the town's going, you know, you're getting into fight with everybody, it's a gunfight, like, and it's fun to do repeatedly in different ways, you know, like, trying to climb up places, actually being enjoyable, like, climbing up to high places in Red Dead Redemption because of the way you can fall down stuff, you know, and that physics-based stuff of dying, falling down a hill, actually feeling impactful and enjoyable. Whereas, like, in these sort of games, you're not going to get that. Like, you know, don't get me wrong, it's cool to do stuff like that in WoW, but it's just not the same if you fall down a hill in Wuthering Waves or slide down the side or something. It's not like, oh, that was cool. You know, you're not spending time in Jinzhou, are ya? You know, interacting with what's in the town because it's just props at the end of the day, really, isn't it? Like games like GTA and Red Dead, the world's, it doesn't feel like you're in a sandbox prop space, if you will. That makes sense. But you're right though. End of the day, it'll all get boring. You know, like even now, I could jump back on GTA now and probably spend 45 minutes to an hour just kind of having fun moseying around the town. You know what I mean? I block all ads because I don't love Pixel that much. I'm using pirate version of YouTube, so there's no ads. Being pirate feels wrong, but to be fair, when it comes to live streams, you don't make shit on ad revenue anyway. Make better on videos, but you don't make shit. Hey, anyway, I've found something, guys. That's perfect for all the Kuro bots out there. So you can prove you're a Kuro bot. You're loyal to the cause. You can literally get yourself a Kuro bot. Kind of cool, though, actually, I think. That's kind of cool. I just kind of like it. It looks like it's got a faceplate as well. I'm assuming it's magnetic. You can just switch it over, so you got the different emote faces. I kind of like that, though. I don't know how big it is. It doesn't look like it's that big. I'm guessing it looks like it's about 6 inches tall or something. Looking at the wire there, actually, it might be a little bit bigger than actually. 6 to 10 inches tall. Kind of like it. Kind of cool, if you ask me. I like little collectible things like that, though. I am a collector. So, we should get together and buy one for Saint Tontas, guys. And I'm not going to lie, the only thing I interact with in the weird at the minute is watching the Shorekeeper and Camellia scared. Dirty boy. You know what I mean? that's where I think Ananta will have a little bit more than the other games, just because of even just in the small things like the destructibility, the way it looks like you can pick a car up and throw a car at somebody. That's cool. Oh, the only thing I think there's going to be limitations there. That bit where it shows him throwing a car at the enemies looks like it's kind of a not an instant situation, but a scripted situation. And then I don't think you're going to be able to pick a car up that's got two waifus driving down the road, pick that up and then throw it into the traffic. I just don't think they're going to let you do that. It'd be really cool if you could and would be fun, but I don't think they're going to let you do that. That's not 6 inches. Trust me, don't ask how I know. So yeah, I'm looking forward to NTE, but still a little bit less than what I was. But, you know. What do you want, doggo? What do you want? Huh? What do you want? Hmm? What do you want? Rosie's not back yet. You're not back yet. Yeah, I don't think so either, Tanaka. I don't think so either. So I guess like the mini game stuff will need to be really good, won't they? Have you guys seen this game before? There's the early access release window reveals out now. Kingmakers. It's like a game where like it looks like you can go back into the medieval Europe, but with like modern stuff and get involved in like big battles. It looks like it's got something like the what is it? Total Battle Simulator or whatever it was called. I've got that on PC actually. It looks like it's kind of that mixed in with like a more third person shooter aspect of it. So it's Kingmaker's early access reveal window gameplay trailer. Let's have a little look at it, shall we? That's a big ass castle. Oh, come on, that looks kind of fun, man. I'm definitely going to be getting this. We'll play this on stream as well one of the days. Oh my god, he's tasered him. Oh wow, you can build castles as well. Interesting. You got 6 months to conquer England. That is sick. Holy frame drop is going to happen in this game, right? Okay. Oh, I'm sold. I'm sold. I am sold.
If he's not on the throne, it's over. Forever.
So we have to get... Who do we have to get on the throne? This is historically accurate as well, by the way. Oh my god. Oh, yo, what the fuck? Hold up. You can, hold up, we're gonna have a look. We're gonna have a look here a second, guys. We're gonna have a look. Oh, shit. Or is it Kingmakers? There we go. Wait. It's coming out in 2025, yeah. Q1. Okay, all right. Getting on the wish list. It's getting on the wish list. Go back in time to a war-torn medieval era with a vast arsenal of modern weapons, change the course of history, save the future in this epic action strategy sandbox, build your kingdom, grab a gun, and lead an army of thousands into massive real-time simulated battles in solo or in co-op. Interesting. So, I wonder if there'll be any potential PvP. Dude, how sick would that be in PvP? That'd be fire. Okay, alright, I'm here for it. You're the last hope in a dying world. Travel back 500 years to medieval England in order to change the course of a bloody war. And maybe, if you're lucky, stave off the apocalypse. Can you tip the scales of history and create a new timeline? Okay, so put in a king. What's this here? This actually looks cool, this does. This actually looks cool. I'm here for this. Okay. Defo on my list, that is. Defo on my list. We're going to be checking that out. The Ananta killer, right? Yeah, Neil's been grinding since he re-rolled. Been on the grind. I still need to get Path of Exile 2 as well. Still need to make that happen. Let's have a look at this video from Steelg then. It's been a while since we watched the Steelg video. Let me just go see what this dog wants as well, guys. She's trolling me, man. I think she's just waiting for Rosie to get back. She's going to the kitchen and then wants to come back. All right, let's watch this video from Steelg, shall we? Also, Pix, when you get this, let me... Yeah, man, I'm down.
It's time to talk about weathering.
All right, let's check this out from... It's been a hot minute since we watched a Steelg video. I do like Steelg, actually. Wuthering Waves is a wake-up call. Drop a preemptive like. Let's see what he's got to say. Let me know if the audio levels are good as well.
Okay, I think it's time to talk about Wuthering Waves and how this game is treating its players and how this game is an actual wake-up call. We all know that Wuthering Waves came out in May 2024, the game that has been...
Man, it's crazy how quick that's gone, isn't it? It's so wild how fast it's gone by.
Getting more and more respect from players, and the community of this game really loves the game, really loves the devs. The devs are having fun making this game, and players are having fun playing this game. But this is a game that I think a lot of other developers should learn from. A lot of devs these days need to learn a lot of things about game development, a lot of things about listening to players, a lot of things of making your game better and focusing on the right thing. And
I think he's spitting facts, really, across the board there. I agree. I think, not to be a glazer, but I'll give it a little bit of glazing here, I think Kuro are a very good actor in the gaming space and in the gacha space. And this goes outside of gacha. We need more good actors like Kuro, more companies that care about not just the game they're making and profit, but the players that play the games as well. Care that you actually see it as something that's valuable. I think that's lacking, and I'm not saying they're the only ones, but I think it's massively lacking in the space.
Wuthering Waves, despite the problems that had initially, is doing all of that and exceeding players' expectations, so let's talk about it. Wuthering Waves had a good first impression when we talk about the closed beta, but then when the game came out, it had some problems in terms of the optimization that made a lot of players, especially...
Must admit though, no issues, playing on PC, got lots of free stuff for it, so, you know, can't moan.
Actually, mobile players have some problems with the game and how it runs, so people didn't have the ability to have fun in the game. So despite the qualities of this game, a lot of people couldn't play the game, couldn't have fun, so the criticism for the game was understandable from these people.
Fair.
But the thing is, Kuro Games made immediate action, and that's the first thing that we want to talk about, listening to players and taking immediate action just once a problem happens. And no matter how major this problem is, you try to listen and change your game to the better. So what the Wuthering Waves devs did in this series,
I think as well, it was good to see, obviously, don't quote me on this because I'm not a mobile player, but it seems that obviously the game had its issues on launch, but the patches just improved things in regards to performance. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but how many times have we seen it in the life cycle of a game where developer comes out, drops a patch that fixes a problem and causes 10 other problems? Again, not a mobile gamer, but it feels like that wasn't the case for Wuthering Waves. Fixes were made that you know, it fixed a problem. Okay, there's still other problems to fix, but we've dealt with that problem. It wasn't a case of like, right, we've plugged this leak, now there's 6 other leaks happening. Now you can't correct me because again, I didn't play on mobile, but it felt like that's what was happening. It was at least progression was definitely going in the right way, which, like I say, as somebody who's played lots of live service games and multiplayer games that have issues on launch, a patch comes out, fixes an issue, and then breaks the game, and that happens a lot in the gaming space as well.
Is immediately starting updating the game almost every day to make it more and more optimized, and in the same time giving rewards to the players that are unexpected, like a free 5-star character and a lot of polls. But that was just a temporary thing. They just gave something to stop the crowd and make the players a little happier, but the main thing that they did is that they gave a lot of promises to make the game better. And what were these promises? These promises are answers to questions that players are asking. This is the main thing, taking actions to criticism that players give. And when you do that immediately, players will be more and more comfortable playing this game and have more faith in your game. So 1.0 for this game was really hard for...
It's not only the recognition, it's the implementation, isn't it? And the implementation's definitely been there. But again, the recognition's a big part as well. Seeing developers in live streams when they're talking about new updates recognize these problems as well, which some companies love to just gloss over. Oh, we've had a great month, sold so many copies, we've got so many people playing, amazing, we're just going to progress from here, rather than actually being like, you know what, guys, we fucked up, man, and we're going to fix that. It's nice to see.
For the devs, because they were working so hard and updating the game almost every day to make it more optimized. But then what they did is that even with this hard work, they showed us that in 1.1 with Jinshi and Shan Li and the new story, they almost addressed most criticism and most problems with the game. And not only that,
I still think this was my favorite companion quest. I really enjoyed this companion quest, I did. I think it was the best one, personally, anyway.
They also improved on so many...
I will admit, I still haven't played Encore, so maybe that might change my mind, but it was my favourite one.
Many other things.
I'm biased though, because Jinx is my favourite character.
They added new characters that are way better than any other characters in the roster. They made the game way more fun, and also added a new area that it looks so cool, that has a new story with better storytelling that we had before, and also better cinematics. So what we saw is that they are so dedicated, and even though the game lost some players, especially after launch, the 1.1 update was really good. They really knew what they were doing there. But then 1.2 came out, the update that has so many good changes, but it didn't have a lot of content to do, and it was
a filler
very
update,
long.
wasn't
But
it?
to compensate players, they gave one of the most broken characters in the game just for free. He just...
I will say that's true, isn't it, really? Like, was Zhang Li Yao... People say it was for nothing, but I feel like it was almost because it was like... I know that... Well, really, out of the updates, I suppose that was probably the biggest filler update, because it was after like a major patch and in between another major patch. And I feel like that's why we got Yao. Also because it was kind of like he's, in a way, a pseudo rework of Calcharo without being a rework. I know he's a different character, but you know what I mean? I definitely think that's a thing as well. But I think that's why he was free, wasn't it? Because it was like, oh, we've got a filler patch, which wasn't a terrible patch. It was a filler patch. But as filler patches go, didn't have a problem with it. It wasn't the best filler patch ever, I will say that. But, you know, it was a fight. It was okay. It wasn't nothing spectacular. It was a downtime. Or then they threw in a free character as well, which is kind of insane when you think about it. It was almost their way of going, sorry for the filler patch, here's a free 5-star as well.
Came
and
out
an insane one as well.
Nothing. It's not the anniversary, the game didn't win any award, and we already got a free 5-star that is limited after getting like 3 free 5 stars immediately just from playing the game. So even with this rough patch, the game stayed in a healthy state until we got to 1.3 and we started seeing another step up with the game. Like the game is keeping on improving and improving,
new mechanics,
and we got the story of Shorekeeper, the story that was very good and had so many good cinematics that people were.
It was a good quest line, I do think, and the story was decent. I was just a little bit disappointed with some of the pacing, and I felt like Shorekeeper didn't appear enough in that companion quest, that quest line, should I say. You know, that's one thing I really liked about Camillea's companion quest. We spent a lot of time with Camilla, didn't we? So it felt a little bit better. Whereas, like, and I know it was kind of like save the damsel in distress kind of quest line, but I just felt like we needed a bit more time with Shorekeeper within that story. I do.
We're shocked. Like, this is Wuthering Waves. Like, the start, if you compare the first story quest with this story quest in just 2 versions, it's like another game. They were working and they knew how to make the game better in terms
this
of
was
story
a sick
and
fucking little bit. This was, I think,
but not only that, if we take an example,
run up to the final boss was really enjoyable.
We have one mode that is named Depth of Elusive Realm. A lot of people like this mode, but it wasn't like insane. It was cool. It was fun. And in the beta, I said that this mode is going to be...
I've said for a while, I think, even though I wouldn't necessarily call it endgame content, but I guess it kind of fills a void in that sense. The Depths of Elusive Realm is probably the best mode in the game, isn't it, in my opinion? And I know some people will say, oh, it's not hard enough, blah, 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 but I think it's a really good mode, and it's done nothing but improve. It's the closest thing we've got to, like, dungeon runs, in a sense. And I can't wait to see something like that. Something that's a little bit like the Depths of Elusive Realm, but full-on freaking dungeon systems. A W on this. They've been improving this rapidly. Every time it gets better and better, doesn't it?
The best mode in the game if they knew how to make it work, how to change it. And from patch to patch, they were changing this mode more and more. They were changing it, they were adding some things, and it was getting better and better. In 1.3, it was a good addition to change where you go and how you play. And also in this same version, they listened to players even more. For example, if we talk about holograms, the mode that a lot of people like because it's hard, because you cannot fight something like this in a gacha game. It's like Souls-like. It's fun, it's challenging. They increased the challenge even more with the Inferno Rider. They made it even more fun, but they didn't stop there. They added an event that has like the holograms, but it's co-op. You can play with other players and you can try the echoes with more variety, with unlocking new abilities and having more fun in an event. And I always do not like events in gacha games, but this event was so fun. Players had so much fun playing co-op, playing multiplayer in Wuthering Waves, and then doing some challenging content that has some good rewards. But the main thing that I want to talk about is 1.4, the current version of the game. They added Camilla, the new character that I already had to make a dedicated video for her because of how good the introduction of this character was. How well the...
Souls-like is a reach, to be honest, yeah. People do throw that around. I think it's just it's because within the holograms, the bosses have actually got patterns, which is where like the skill expression in this game comes into, rather than something like the Tower of Adversity, which is why I find the Tower of Adversity. I don't know, that's typical gacha stuff. It's a stat check. It's a DPS check, if you will. It's less of a skill check. It's more of a knowledge and stat check. You know a rotation, not get your stats up to skill going. You know what I mean? And have a semi decent roster to be able to do it. Whereas the holograms are more about that was a skill check, if anything. It was you're getting different patterns, learning the timing, all that sort of stuff to defeat the holograms. But yeah, Souls, I agree. Souls-like is a little bit of a reach. People, anything that has any sort of difficulty curve now, people say Souls-like, don't they? Which it's not really fair.
Marketed this character because Kuro Games had a marketing problem with their previous game. People like punishing Grey Raven, but a lot of people don't even know about the existence of this game. But we all know that it has a good community that really likes it. So we all know that Kuro Games had a problem with marketing. But now they are marketing their game in the smartest way possible, and they are making a step up after step up with the cinematics. I thought the Shorekeeper cinematics were cool, but now we saw better stories and better cinematics, and of course the most hyped character.
Still don't think they're at the levels of like something like Zenley Zone Zero or like Ananta or NTE, but they're a lot better. They're getting up there, that's for sure. Hold up a second. Just got back. Sorry, I'm back.
Character in the game, they really delivered with her gameplay. And we all know the most important thing about Wuthering Waves is its gameplay. It's really good, it's really smooth, and with adding so many characters that are different and that have different gameplay mechanics, this makes it even better. And in 1.4, when we go back to the depth of Elusive Realm, the same mode that players said that it might be the best mode and they can improve on it, we had the best improvement for this mode ever. They added a whole story to this mode. You can play it as a story mode and change characters and have more POVs, but the most important thing is that they added a whole new mechanic in the game. You can use more than one ult.
I do really like the Dream Link, and I hope we do get these sort of events to test bed new mechanics into the game. I do think if the Dream Link returns, though, or ever becomes something more than what it was, it needs a little bit of work. I think it was a little bit underwhelming. It's good, but it definitely needs some tweaks to make it a little bit better. I think it needs to be thought out a little bit more and implemented a little bit better, but I did like it.
Ultimate with a character and then have two different ultimates together, blended together to get a new move. And they said that they are trying this in this new mode so that they might even make it a feature in the whole game. This is a really important thing. This is a really good thing. They try something in the game to see what players think about it, and then they add it because they know how to listen to players. It didn't stop here. 1.4 had a lot of good things, like using double of your stamina, adding a lot of
I think, yeah, I really like that. That's I love the fact that we get to use double stamina to get through things quicker. Because it's not quite sweeps, but it's almost there. You know, again, I'll be critical, and I'm critical of Wuthering Waves plenty. But when it comes to like listening, it's hard to criticize Kuro on that sort of stuff. Because I think that's one thing that Kuro really do well. They're definitely, even if they don't implement the things that you want, and everybody's always going to have a thing where, well, they didn't listen to me, but I think in general they're really good at listening to the overwhelming majority of the fan base and trying to adapt the game to them as much as possible. And I suppose maybe even sometimes to the detriment, some could argue, with some of the stuff that happened in the closed beta in regards to the story. But it's in the past now, isn't it? It's done. So, you know, I guess it could be seen as a negative sometimes.
Of other quality of life changes that makes the game way more fun and has way less overwhelming things to do. All of that together is still mixed with a lot of generosity from the game. The game was nominated for the best mobile game of the year in the Game Awards, and what they did was, on the day of nomination, they just gave 1,000 asteroids, which takes me again to the death.
It's like, bro, if they win, it's like, good day. It should be a good day.
The game has its problems. The devs go ahead and acknowledge it, even with video. And they say, yes, the game has its problem. We are still not happy with the current situation of the game. We want it to get better. And this makes players even more excited about the game. And just after the 1.4, they just dropped the announcement for 2.0. They even
theory crafting video coming soon regarding Seraphim, potentially. Obviously, he'd start doing some research and build out the script, but that video's kind of started today. I kind of outlined it a little bit and started the first paragraph and then quit.
Is that this version is going to be way bigger than 1.4. It's going to change the game forever. Not only that, they also said that the game is coming to PS5 at the start of 2025. So all of that spiked the popularity of Wuthering Waves even more and made players really like the game even more. They are hardworking. We are seeing that they're making a
how many, because don't get me wrong, there's Kurobots and there's Hoyo Shields, but how many of the people who are actively, openly negative, well, I suppose it depends on what they do about Wuthering Waves, do you think are going to either potentially ease a little bit in the view to Wuthering Waves or potentially even try Wuthering Waves for 2.0? Do you think it's going to be that much of a big game changer? I hope it is, because there's plenty of things I'd like to see in the game. Please add mini games. Yes, anybody knows me, fucking give me that. This game lacks that massively. I'm a big fan of little things like that. You know, just give me some little abstract mini games where I can spend 10, 20 minutes here and there doing stuff that I don't even care if I get rewards for them, that I could just waste a bit of time on. The game lacks that. There's no content in the game outside of combat, really, in regards to events. I know we've got like the little racing stuff and that, but like we really haven't. Like, I was hoping we'd do a lot more with the 2D platforming. Well, I say it's 2D, it's 3D, it's like 2.5D, isn't it? I know we kind of did it in 1.3 with going up the towers. Why didn't we see more of that? You know, like we've saw it in that Project Utopia 2/3 that they're gonna lean into that. I want to see some of that sort of stuff as well. So hopefully we'll see some of that as well in the game.
A better product every single version, but then people
try but still hate on him.
Revenue of the game and say, yeah, the revenue isn't like Genshin Impact or Honkai
For me,
Star
isn't my
Rail,
thing because I don't like single player. That's fair, man. That's fair. Hey, you know what? Even if you like single player games and you like single player anime action games and you don't like WoW, I don't judge you. I'm not one of those people that's just like, you know, I'm not going to be like that guy that's going to be like, well, I've got to try and prove to you that if you just look at it this way or you see it in this regard, you're going to like it. Because at the end of the day, it is what it is, isn't it? You know what I mean? That's why when people say that like they just prefer Genshin over this, it's like, okay, that makes sense. I get it. Not for me, but I totally get it. So I can totally understand that. It made the game better but not complete. Game changer. Yeah, probably, yeah. You're probably right there. I think we're probably overestimating what it's going to be as well. You know, that happens a lot, doesn't it? Like I said, 294k people still lose sleep if they won't hate on WoW daily. Have you seen the new Nikkei Christmas? No, I haven't, no.
About the revenue, if we can survive and make the product and market the product and have some profit from it. We don't have to make $1 billion to make a good project. And also, if this proves something, is that the game, you don't even need to spend like thousands of dollars to have fun. The game is keeping on giving players so much free stuff, so much free characters, and the content of the game is not overwhelming and more fun to play as a free-to-play or low spender. So that's actually a flex. And with all of that, they are still making millions of dollars, by the way. Now that I compare this game with other live service games, Wuthering Waves is really a wake-up call. A lot of other games, a lot of other live service games, they are not doing anything. They are not changing the game. They are not listening. Of course,
that's true. I think there's a lot of live service games that are doing a lot of stuff though. You know, I even looked at something like Deadlock. You know, you got to get in that by being invited. Like, I've been playing that. I ain't played it for a bit now, actually. That's a game that's like it's a MOBA basically, but it's a MOBA a bit different. Like, that game's fucking awesome. That's constantly getting changes added to the game, improving the game. The custom stuff that's getting implemented into the game, the mod aspect of the game, like it's just massive implementations of positive changes constantly. I think in the gacha space they're doing really good stuff, but I'm not saying they're doing stuff the best. But yeah, there's some really good live services out there, and I know he's not saying that, but I'm just saying. There's some companies doing some really good stuff.
Of course, there's exceptions. Developers need to learn from Kuro Games and how to listen to players and how to make the players happy even after the rage, even after criticizing your game. You can regain players if the game is good. Simply, you just listen to them. And also,
I mean, the biggest example of that is probably No Man's Sky. I think Rainbow Six Siege was a really good example of that. Of a game, two games that launched, were in a really bad state, but gained back the players and some with their constant improvements, quality of life updates, and just adding content constantly, weren't they? Now, I know Siege sometimes has its points where it's not in the best place, but that game launched and wasn't in a great place and then became massive. No Man's Sky, now probably with their own problem because they lied a lot. And then launched to really have critical problems, lacking a lot of stuff. And then you look at the game now, insane what they've added to the game. It took them 8 years, but they've continually added stuff to the game and improved it, which it's quite rare in games. Usually if a game launches, and it's not in the right spot, a lot of the time it just kind of gets left to the wayside, doesn't it? So it's always good to see a company continue to want to improve and make something better.
So be creative and not listen
Cyberpunk
too much,
as well, yeah.
and
Yep.
you will get a good combination. But it's so different between companies, especially if the company is made of gamers, people that play their own game so they can improve it. And that is the thing that should happen, and that is the thing that's happening with Weathering Waves. I would like to see the actual criticism of the game in the comments on other video ideas if you guys like it. And if you like my content, if you like this video, don't forget to like, subscribe. And yeah, that was the video. Bye bye.
Hi man, I like Steel. Yeah, it was a good video. It was a good video. I agree with a lot of what he says there. Actually, if you haven't as well, guys, check out Steel. Show him some love. Yeah, a good developer, I think, all around. Not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but definitely a good actor in the space, in my opinion. The minigaming Nikkei, does it like arcade pixel games? It's so fun. I hope they do that anymore. I'm gonna have to check that out. Like I skip Baldur's Gate 3 because it's turn-based. Oh, right, you're not into turn-based? That's fair. I just haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 yet because it's just time. Like, there's certain games that, like, you know, like I've installed Marvel's Rivals because that's a game that I can hop in, play for an hour or two here and then just hop out. I just feel like games like Baldur's Gate are a little bit too demanding in my time at the minute, excuse me. Because on stream, I'm not going to probably play them. And off stream, I just haven't got the time to really sit down and get engaged. So, like, off stream, I've got games like Marvel's Rivals, you know, freaking, whatever, Deadlock, you know, maybe even jumping onto something like Valorant for an hour or two here and there just to play that. They're like my PvP games, if you will. I think I've got to go have a nap for an hour. My eyes burn and I'm tired. I'm all right, no worries, Neo. Can you watch Nikkei Dungeon Dragon Run minigame? Right, you want me to watch that? And what was the other thing? The mechas in, what was it, in Terra Fancy? Was it? It? Son? I don't think I've got the right thing, yeah. Nikkei Dungeon Dragon Run minigame. The King minigame, clear? What am I looking at now? I've got for the King minigame. Nikkei. Dragon Dungeon Run. Ice Dragon Saga. I don't think that's it, is he? Is he? Oh, wait there, what's this? Oh, okay. Ice Dragon Saga minigame, Dragon Dungeon Run, the beginning. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think this is it, yeah. That's what we're looking at, yeah? Yeah, man, I'm down for this sort of stuff, if this is what you're on about. Like, this is the sort of things I'd love to see in Wuthering Waves. That, like, for a few moments, you can just feel like you're playing something totally different. It's not that deep, like, you know, but, you know, it's something you can spend, well, depending on how addictive it is, and the desire to maybe get a particular score that might not be attainable right away, you can spend a couple of hours sometimes, can't you? This looks fun to me, this does. Yeah, I'd definitely play this. Yeah, WoA drastically needs this sort of thing, in my opinion. Now, everybody else might not agree, but I definitely think it does, because, like, don't get me wrong, I know the strongest point of Wuthering Waves is its combat, but I want some events sometimes, like, okay, we're not doing combat here, we're doing this other thing, which would be really dope to have something like this in the game. Yeah, I agree. I'd, it has a leaderboard. Yeah, man, I'm here for that. I'm definitely here for that. I don't know if I'm a fan of these. I'm all for people to do other activities, but I wouldn't do it. That's fair. At the end of the day, that's what I like. Obviously, if it affects mainline development, I don't want to see silly little things added if it's going to take away from potential better stuff. But I'm always of the, I think it's like co-op in Wuthering Waves. Doesn't really interest me, but I wouldn't want to see it taken away, because it's something that, you know, it's there for people to enjoy, isn't it? It's just, you know, it's a choice. It's always good to have these extra little things. Yeah, I can understand this not being for everybody. And it doesn't even have to be this, just something that's, you know, something that's a little bit different. Like, I thought, like, you know, we like the little chibi stuff in WoA that we got in the 1.2 update. You know, we're like, when we had to, like, get the points up and level them up to clear it all, basically. I'd like to see that used in kind of like a sort of Convalaria turn-based battle system, you know, where we've got like a Final Fantasy Tactics, like, little PvP, well, not PvP, PvE turn-based battle mode. I think that'd be sick, man. Just call it like a little chibi arena or something. Like, I'd be so down for something like that. As a minigame itself, it kind of looks like something I'm not going to waste time, but if it's a minigame in a game, I would spend some time for a few runs to get a reward, and that's cool. Something new, it's your choice if you want it. Yeah, exactly, and it's just a bit of variety at the end of the day. It's variety, isn't it? Like, it reminds me of the games. Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. I'm back to, like, Mega Drive times, man. Like, even the music as well, man. It's nostalgic. Never played it before, but it's nostalgic, you know what I mean? Yeah, I could have fun in this. I could. I'd enjoy this. And I feel like just having little extra things to do would definitely be cool in Wuthering Waves. I would appreciate that. What was this thing that somebody was asking about Terra Fantasy? Somebody asked about Terra Fantasy mecha stuff or something? So you might want to check out Terra Fantasy mech gameplay. Terra Fantasy M4.6 trailer, new map, new story, new mecha open world gameplay. Is this what we're looking at, yeah?
2664年，被称为时空异变的灾难正在席卷全球。为了应对这场史无前例的灾难，联邦政府制定了代号为“重塑现实”的绝密计划。
Oh shit! They're doing like the proper armored core / like, you know, well, I guess you could say a little bit of Gundam, but definitely armored core style. Okay, alright, I'm here for it. That was slick. I want to see some actual gameplay. See, like, now I know this doesn't directly link to traverse. Well, I guess it does if you can use it in game. But this is what I was talking about when I reacted to Saints talking about traversal in Wuthering Waves, and it's the best in Gacha. Now I think he qualified this the other day when somebody asked him about other games, and I don't know if he mentioned Terra Fancy or another game, saying it's not fucking competition, so it don't count because nobody plays it. And I don't subscribe to that argument. I guess you could say, well, if nobody cares about it, it doesn't exist, but it does exist. And I think if you're going to look at things objectively in terms of gameplay, so I think Terra Fancy does so many different things in regards to getting around. Now, they might not be the most polished or the best in themselves specifically, but they give so much variety in things that they add to the game. It's like, I do think sometimes they throw in stuff to see if it sticks and not everything does, which can be seen as a negative. But I also think they do so many things, trying to do so many things, which for me personally, I think it's fair that gets mentioned. Now, I know, like I say, some people will say, well, yeah, nobody plays Terra Fantasy, so it don't count. But I just think it's disingenuous to say this is the best in gacha gaming when there's another game in gacha gaming doing it better. If you're going to look at things like that, it's fair to just compare it to Genshin. But I think then you're just comparing Wuthering Waves to Genshin. Really, you're not comparing Wuthering Waves to gacha. Let's see some gameplay. Oh shit, I do go. Oh my god, not the dog. Oh shit. I need to get back to Terra Fantasy, to be fair. Okay, alright. Cool. Have we got any game? It's just map overview, yeah. It always refers to games that most people play. Yeah, which I ain't got an issue with. And I get it's kind of a meme, but like, it's like when you look in his streams, he definitely does try and argue from a place of facts. And I just think if you're going to do that, then, if that's going to be a whole thing of like, well, I'm doing this coming from a place of facts. It's a fact that Terra Fantasy exists and does some things in regards to traversal that no other gacha game does. But I agree, it is a lot less polished than something like Genshin. I said it when I was playing it. I like Terra Fantasy, I do. But it's definitely stiff and jank. I've used that term, jank, a lot, to be fair. Yeah, I agree. He's all right. Yeah, Terra Fantasy has issues, but a lot of stuff out the box to do. Yeah, true. True that. Has Gatiel got some stuff? I ain't going to react to Gatiel stuff, though, before, because I did see his video reacting to the old Foxhole stuff. And he was saying he agreed with, like, copyright striking people if they use your videos. So, and I know he's probably talking more in a negative sense, but I always tend to stay away from people who say that sort of stuff. Not that I've got an issue with him. Fair if he wants to do that, but in terms of reactions, I won't react to their content. Because when I hear people say that, I think that's them kind of implying without implying it that they don't really want people reacting to their stuff. They really said EOS the world. And I do watch Gatiel, actually. He seems like a chill dude, but yeah, I'll stay away from reacting to his stuff. Where can I find some gameplay of the mecha stuff then? Billy has gameplay too. BBBB. So be on here, yeah? Hey, perfect. What's it? Travel methods in Terra Fantasy. Miroria does look good as well with RTX turned on. Fair, exploration is more than just traversal features. You could make an argument that echoes and world bosses and such is more interesting. Oh yeah, I agree with that. If you're going to look at like that, to me, it's less traversal. That's exploration, isn't it? You know what I mean? Traversal itself is the act of moving from point A to B. That's exploration. Really, is like the worlds. If that's what you're talking about, or you're talking about echoes in terms of traversal. Looks really sick. Yeah, like says, this is where you won't find me arguing that like if you take the grapple hook in Terra Fantasy, although I think the fact that you can aim it and fire it is really cool, the act of itself is less polished. I just think there's no doubt that it's got way more variety than anything else in regards to options in traversal, basically. I was so hoping when Chang Li was coming that was going to be a new glider in the game, her umbrella. I was so gutted when it wasn't. I think they should bring this into Wuthering Waves as well, because they've already seen it. We've already seen it in 1.3. Allow us to move around on water on a fucking, whatever, waveboard, wakeboard, whatever you want to call it. I suppose the big thing then of you would have to have the invisible walls, wouldn't you, to stop you getting to areas that might be accessible that are not in game yet. This as well, underwater swimming is so fucking sick. Although I will say combat in underwater sucks balls sometimes. Holy booba. I don't think it helps though that this person is running the game and they've got frame drops as well, so it doesn't really it makes it look even more jank than it is. Because don't get me wrong, it just definitely has some jank, but it looks even more jank on this video because this person's getting some major frame drops. Yeah, like Terra Fantasy's got some really, like I've said that multiple times. There's a lot of stuff in Terra Fantasy that like I would like to see implemented into something like Wuthering Waves, because now the pool might not be as deep, but the scope of it's huge. Seeing a lot of cool traversal, but the open world looks empty. Well, I think because it's being a bit more of an MMO, I don't know if it's like their settings on their game, but like when I've been playing the game, it seems to be a lot more populated when they seem to be playing here. I don't know if it could be a resource thing going on, at least in terms of like enemies and NPCs and stuff as well. But I haven't been to this area in the game, so I can't even comment on this. like Final Fantasy 15, innit? Yeah, a perfect video to what I was talking about. That's all I was saying, really. I'm going to subscribe to them. When I was talking about the... And again, obviously, you know, we can make the arguments that he's talking about just comparing it to GTA, I mean, Genshin, because that's who play that, and it's a meme and all that sort of stuff. But I just think it's still a fact that, you know, there's no denying the... Now, quality, arguable, definitely. But variety, I don't think you can even argue that. We got gameplay here, have we? Echo, eyeshadow system, mecha system, new action, new nemesis skin. Is this going to show us some mecha gameplay? We got some mecha gameplay here. I don't cutscene.
这里是。我在听。咋？
Give me some mech gameplay, bro. Oh, wait, hold up. I think we got some, yeah. Is this a mode, this then? Missed. I want to see some like mech on mech rather than mech on floating orb. But I missed again. This isn't selling it for me. I need to see mech on mech, man. I want to see mech on mech. I want to see some like fucking armored core shit. You know what I mean? Similar to the inner thing. Oh, okay. Now that looks alright. Okay, he's like Armored Core, isn't he? Alright, that's cool. That's cool. Alright, that's definitely better. That's pretty cool, right? What do you think? I think that's kind of cool, actually. So that's what one of the big things I like about Terra Fantasy. There's so many different things to do. Now, you know, you might have fewer things to do in other games that are higher quality, shall we say. They're more like 8 out of 10s, where the stuff in this might be more like 6, 7s, maybe even 5s and 4s sometimes, but there's just a lot more of them. So even though there's a few things that are like, okay, that was kind of shitty, these other things actually kind of cool. It's funny you say that, Armored Core Waifu Gacha. There is actually a game I reacted to now. I forgot what the name of the game was. There is actually literally a mecha waifu gacha game where you ride them kind of like this, where they're like motorbikes, so you got ass in your face all the time. So, you know, if you like waifu booty and you like mechas, that might be a game for you. But that's another game that looks a bit jank at the minute.
Hi，各位守言者，我们现在已经抵达。
Alright, cool, man. Cool. Yeah, alright, that's pretty cool, actually. Again, I think the game does a lot of things. It's pretty dope. We're going to watch one last video from Gacha Game, and then we're going to jump on to play a little bit of Girls Frontline 2. Just going to go and say hello to Rosie, though, because she's back. Oh, God, a Snickers. Oh, God, a Snickers. Alright, check out this video. Yo, guys, as well, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's much appreciated. Check out this other video from Gacha Gamer then.
Sure about you, but
let me pause it. Let me pause it. YouTube, don't get carried away. Now, I'm looking at this from the outside because it's been a hot minute since I played Genshin Impact. And I mean a hot minute. Are Genshin characters becoming too absurd? From Gacha Game, and let's drop a preemptive like. Now, this isn't the first time I've seen this argument. I've seen some people within the Genshin community actually talking about this, that the characters feel like they're becoming a little bit, they feel out of place, if that makes sense. So I don't know if this is what we're talking about here in regards to absurdity, or just, I don't know. But like, I've seen some people saying that some of the characters don't feel at place within the world of Genshin Impact, and they feel like they're just kind of hodge-modging things together now. With the design and the aesthetics and what the characters do. So let's see what he's got to say then, shall we? And I guess see if he's right.
So I'm not sure about you, right, but I feel like after playing in Natlan region for a while, it doesn't seem like the Genshin.
That is kind of crazy though, that you can ride around on a flying gun? Is it a revolver? It's kind of crazy. And I don't know if it does fit personally as well. I think it does in a world like Genshin's world. It does feel a bit weird to be flying around on a character riding a gun, personally.
Experience I'm used to. From character designs to exploration to really weird power creep, things just seem to be out of place. And so in this video, I want to talk about all of this because I find it really interesting the way I experienced Genshin these past few months.
That's kind of cool,
I don't think I'm the only one here.
Place.
So let's talk about some of the crucial things that I believe are affecting the game right now. But first, this video is sponsored by Corepunk. And
yeah, although that does look out of place, flying what looks like a revolver, kinda cool. And going back to what we was talking about Terra Fancy, not everything might hit. Well, you know, I don't have a problem with a game company throwing a few things at the wall to see if something sticks. Of course, we're all going to point and laugh when it's not something that sticks. But if something happens that's really cool, then we'll be like, wow, that was dope. So I don't judge them for it. But again, some of them do look a little bit out of place. I don't know if it's just because Genshin's had these very specific stylized aesthetic and thematic properties for a while, that maybe that's why it looks a little bit more out of place, if you will.
Isometric
like
open world
Fantasy that's just been wild for a while.
That's bringing back the golden age of classics such as old school RuneScape and Vanilla WoW. Not only that, it features elements from MOBA games, where each character has unique and responsive skills, but there's also
from what I've seen in this game, I don't think it does any of that, if I'm honest.
6 classes, with new one added each month, as well as satisfying professions and crafting, plus there's deep itemization and multiple branching talent trees with weapon specializations. And the world is super big already. There's 3 biomes, 12 world bosses, and over 350 quests featuring fully voiced characters by professional VAs. Best of all, there's no pay to win at all. It's a buy-to-play model with in-game store that only offers cosmetics. So start playing Corepunk in early access by using my link in the description, buy one of the bundles at the store to join the early access, and help support my channel. Look, let me be clear first. I've actually enjoyed Natlan region as a whole quite a lot. As you can see, I've obtained 100
question to the people who do watch me, who are still currently playing Genshin, because I know there are some of you. How has Natlan been? It won the update of the year obviously for the gaming on phone, which is a smaller award ceremony. But it does seem like people are a little bit torn. Now, obviously, you're going to hear negative stuff from outside the community because it's a Gacha community, but from inside the community, from what I've seen, it does seem like there's a bit of a split. Some people are like, nah, Natlan's actually really cool. I've been enjoying it. And then I've heard some people saying that they've been very underwhelmed by it and they actually kind of dislike it as well. So I'll be curious to see the people who do play Genshin still and are still Genshin enjoyers. How has Natlan been? Has it been a good update?
100% exploration on quite a few zones. The story so far, in my opinion, has been pretty intriguing, especially if the captain is involved. Hence, I also love the fact you can possess different kinds of cute Saurians to explore Natlan. But I also noticed some weird design decisions. So I want to talk about quite a few of them in this video.
Natlan does look beautiful.
I know about the Pyro Archon's motorcycle from Drip Marketing, which I'll cover a bit later in the video. But for now, let me talk about the exploration. Alright, by now, every...
Do you reckon that's a theme that's going to come into the game a little bit more then? It seems like they're eking in some more sci-fi themes, don't they? And I know in a sense the crossover from sci-fi and fantasy is easy to do, and I don't have an issue with it. But looking at that and looking at her motorbike, are they leaning into some more science fiction elements potentially coming into the game? Which I'm fine with. I ain't played the game for a while, but, you know, I'm cool with that sort of stuff coming into fantasy games.
Single Natlan unit that came out has some kind of powerful mobility skill, like Mulani riding her sharkboard on water, Kinich spamming his grappling hook, and of course, Chaska can literally cover massive distances with her flying gun. And, I mean, if you're in Natlan and pulled for one of these characters, there's very little reason not to use them to accelerate exploration by a tenfold. Honestly, I think
that is one of the things I don't like, though, the exploration elements that they're gaining in their areas are not necessarily translated over to other areas, are they? Even though I guess it kind of looks a little bit out of place. That gun, flying around on that gun, is pretty fucking cool if you ask me.
Part of the reason why I was so motivated to 100% these zones was due to the fact everything was happening so quickly compared to any other region. However, if you step out of Natlan and go anywhere else with these units, they kind of become similar to any other unit that can move fast, like Yalan, Wanderer, Sayu, and so on. And it's strange really, because I don't know if you guys remember Skylanders, but I was obsessed with this collectible figure game.
I remember
you
that
put the
game
figure on
massive.
a special scanner and the Skylander shows up in your game, and then you can use their unique abilities. And it seems like the design philosophy for Natlan units being powerful in Natlan feels kinda inspired by Skylander expansion designs. For example, in Swap Force, some Skylanders were mandatory to pass certain bonus levels, and in Superchargers, Skylanders could literally ride vehicles in some levels, and you can even buy more vehicle figures to experience the game in new ways. However, anytime a new expansion came out, those Skylanders you used became outdated or less prominent compared to their own expansions they came with. So it's kind of funny how Natlan units are only great in Natlan in terms of exploration, but everywhere.
I guess it is kind of funny, but at the same time, it's kind of the business practice of Hoyo when it comes to Genshin, isn't it? It's to really encourage the purchase of or the Gamba and the attempt to pull characters in the new region, because you are going to get benefits of said characters in the region, aren't you? It sucks because it would be nice if this was universal, but then if it was and characters had those movement abilities coming into the new area, there'd be less desire to pull the new character for that sort of momentum-based stuff. So it makes sense from a business standpoint. It's not a great idea in my opinion, as somebody who would like it to be universal, but I understand it.
Where else, they are completely tuned down. Anyway, sorry for ranting about Skylanders, I just wanted to finally find a reason to talk about it on this channel. Still, you know what else is super limiting but super strong for
Bro's been waiting that moment for years, isn't he?
Natlan characters only? The artifact sets. Like Obsidian Codex is just straight up unusable by anyone who's not have Night Soul Blessing State, but for Natlan units, it provides a whopping 40% crit rate boost plus 15% damage boost as well. While the hero set, sure, the 2 set can work for units who are not from Natlan, since Night Soul bursts can be triggered by anyone, as long as there's one Natlan unit in party, and even the 4 set can provide a small but decent 12% elemental damage boost if a unit is not in a Night Soul Blessing state. And honestly, for some characters who are just built purely as supports, this can be a decent option. But this set absolutely hard carries someone like Kachina and Auroran, turning them into a similar power user as an animal character who utilizes Vivi set. But the thing is, going back to Obsidian Codex, I honestly think it was a bit too much to design it strictly around Night Soul Blessing State, because, for example, when Fontaine came out, the Hunter set at first was only really usable on Fontaine characters, but after Furina released, it actually became useful for many damage dealers, thanks to the way she can constantly reduce HP party-wide. I mean, sure, later on her...
That's where I like that sort of character design, when things that are kind of specific to a set of characters can be expanded up onto multiple characters because something gets introduced into the game, i.e. a character, whatever, a support role that can allow that set or those characters to be used in different ways. Like that's good design, that is, when games do that. So what's, again, when I was talking about Wuthering Waves in regards to support roles, and when you talk about power creep in games, support characters play such an important role in gacha games, and how they affect the rest of the roster, shall we say. Yeah, That's kind of cool.
Harmonic Whimsy
Again,
showed up and was really only
talking
useful
from
for characters who can actively
an
make.
uneducated point here because I ain't played the game for a while, so I don't even know. I ain't used any of the characters post Inazuma really. I got past Inazuma and stopped playing, so you know, everything he's talking about here, I ain't got a clue about
Team
really.
Bond of Life, but still, Obsidian Codex is completely limited to Natlan units only, unless Hoyo decides to release a unit in the future who can provide Night Soul Blessing State for anybody in the team. Anyway, so those are some of the design decisions I found weird so far, but what about the characters themselves? So far, a total of 6 Natlan units have been released, and starting with...
Let me just go back a little bit. I've seen the characters anyway, but let's have a look at them. They're all right. They're all right. What's her name now? Is it Xylon or something like that? I think she's kind of cool. I like her design, actually. The rest, they're all right. They're not bad, but they're not great.
Have been released, and starting with Milani, she's a big damage nuker who can perform especially
not
well
too
in
bad.
vaporized
Couple of blown
teams,
trees,
but if you miss
down
even just
trees
one
in the
chomp,
area, but
the damage
nothing
performance
too
goes
bad.
down significantly. Some would say she power crept Nivelette, but honestly, they both have their pros and cons. For example, Nivelette is godlike at clearing multiple enemies super fast, while the longer you ride Milani's surfboard, the less chomps you can output, so without grouping, her AoE is situational. Then there's Kinich. The dude is absolutely a menace when it comes to wacky playstyle, and because of the way some of his passives and weapons are catered towards running Burning or Burgeon teams, he still doesn't power creep someone like Alhaitham, who reigns supreme in Hyperbloom team comms. Now, Shilonen, some would say she power crept Kazuha. But at C0,
I've heard that
that's
Tanaka
a bit of a
was
stretch.
a great
Sure,
story as
her
well.
elemental shred lasts for 15 seconds compared to Kazuha's VV set, which only lasts 10 seconds.
I do love Genshin's
that's
art style,
5
though.
extra seconds that can be utilized by many more rotations and teams. On top of that, she provides healing, so any Farina comps will want that, and even the hero set provides almost identical damage boosting that Kazuha can do. Strictly speaking, if it's only against a single target, she can often be better option than Kazuha. However, the Samurai Boy can group enemies, which can still be relevant in harder events and Abyss or Theater modes. However, in a moment, I'll talk a bit about Natlan constellations. That's where things take a bit of a different turn. Finally, there's also Chaska. Funny thing is, even though she's so random with those bullets, but overall, I would say she's been an amazing exploration unit, especially in Natlan.
I can imagine why.
Yet again, there's enemies like Tenebris Mimiflora, whose shields can be reduced much faster with Night Soul aligned attacks, so Chaska can easily take them out within seconds. I mean, it's kinda annoying your older units suck against these enemies, but then again, at least it's not completely underwhelming design like Numa and Usia from Fontaine, where I barely noticed their usefulness. And then, of course, we have the 4 stars Kachina and Auroran. It's safe to say both of their values are super enhanced by the hero set, although in Auroran's case, his damage output against groups of enemies and the fact he can apply Electro makes him a surprisingly good 4 star, and his constellations aren't that crazy that you would need them to make him functional. So overall, I don't think Natlan units so far have been that crazy. Maybe aside from the fact Chaska has slightly power crept Wanderer in terms of exploration even outside of Natlan, but hey, there's also Pyro Archon, who's
So it is a nerf, but at least it's still pretty decent outside of Natlan. But the difference is kind of insane, isn't it? Yeah, I just like that universality to go across, so that it just doesn't like drop off outside the current area. Pretty wild. Living in the top floor flat means he's been howling around the eaves all weekend. You got a pitch roof? You lost any tiles, have you?
dreams were almost impossible to avoid on social media. And while I cannot talk about her just to keep my channel safe, I will definitely cover very soon. However, there's one last thing I want to quickly talk about. So, believe it or not, while at C0 most of the 5-star Natlan units seem great, it's the constellations that have been pretty wild. For example, C2 Shilonen becomes an absolute monster of a support, especially for Geo and Cryo teammates. Like, this is where she outshines even C2 Kazuha, and he's one of the few characters I have with this constellation.
This is where, like, I think some of the constellations in Genshin suck, in the sense that, like, it's almost like you gain mechanics, don't you? Where really, apart from like Boiji, who gets the revival mechanic, but she's like a 4-star, so it doesn't really count. If you haven't got a Boiji in your account now, it's like, what's going on? You know, having characters basically almost have a different mechanic or be able to do something that they couldn't do before. Now, it's one thing, you know, having a buff stat numbers going up, plus whatever, plus 25 crit, plus, you know what I mean, is one thing. But like a character actually being able to do something they couldn't do before, I'm not a big fan of that. Because it's like, without getting copies, you kind of don't have access to everything the character can do. Which I know you don't in the same sense when you're getting buffs, but it's a little bit different, isn't it? In terms of just from a gameplay aspect, rather than a power creep aspect, if I'm honest.
However, I will not pull for any Shilonen constellations, simply because her showcases as a support would become just too warped. But that's a very niche content creator problem to have. Then we have Mulaney and Kniech. Both of their first 2 constellations give them massive damage boosts. Like, there's only very few 5-stars in the past that had such a constellation power creep. I'm not even joking, it's all I've been hearing from a lot of Mulaney and Kniech players who pulled for their copies. Seriously, even at C1, Kniech's main big shot attack gains 100% crit damage boost. It's insane. And at C2, he can even shred enemies' Dendro resistance by 30%.
I have all 4-star characters in with max constellation and didn't even realise it for a few patches. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you ain't got like a 4-star character in your roster, it's like, what have you been doing? So like having like, if they did have things like that, it's like, okay, it's a 4-star character, so it doesn't really, it's not really the same. I don't know if I've got them all maxed out. I've got majority of them, but I might have to check that actually. I don't know.
Plus turning first big shot into a mega shot, transforming him into a beast. I mean, you can see some testing I Win to Lose Gaming did and how broken Kniech felt. Finally, there's Chaska. The patch team building restrictions become lenient and her DPS becomes a ton better. So yeah, if there's one thing that Hoyo seems to be doing with Natlan units so far, it's the early constellation designs and how much more broken they seem to be getting. We've come a pretty long.
It's smart though. It is smart adding serious creep or bonuses to the first couple of copies in a character, because you know you're a lot more likely. It did it for me when it came to Shorekeeper, getting that 40% on Stellar Realm, Air Out to Stellar Realm, massive. Had to make sure I got that. You know, if that had been like number 4, then I'd have been like, well, I ain't gonna do that. But having those first couple really good, in my opinion, is a way to really get people to spend more money, who probably wouldn't spend money on a gacha game personally.
Long way from the
balancing it's important, but like those first few are really important.
They feel like almost a joke. Anyway, those were some of my thoughts so far about Natlan. Again, I like the region and the story, but I definitely wanted to point out some of the absurdities that are happening. I know some of you may have wanted me to talk about the ridiculousness of character designs, like Chaska riding her big gun, Kniech's pixelated dragon, or the fact Pyro Archon is shown on a motorcycle in drip marketing, but I first want to see this region's story fully unfold before giving my thoughts about it, because the sky is fake, as one Fandango once said. But yeah, I hope you guys found this video interesting, and I'd really appreciate it if you could press the like button and subscribe to my channel. We're coming very close to 5.3 update, and I'll be working sleepless nights to provide you guys with all the content you want. So make sure to subscribe. Thanks, and see you.
Good video. Yeah, I can understand some people's issues in regards to characters maybe not fit into the themes of a world. You know, if you've got this like high fantasy universe and then you've got to do a woman flying around on a revolver, or a character on skates, or a character riding a motorbike, I get it. But at the same time, again, I think personally, I don't really play gacha games for immersion. There's other games for that for me, you know, when I want to get immersed in a world. Gacha games are not really the place. Now, I'm not saying gacha games can't fill that void, but at the minute, I don't play gacha games for that. I don't have a problem with absurd characters in a universe because, again, if you're going to praise Tower of Fantasy for having this variety of stuff in the game and trying all these different things, some of them might not stick, but others might. You can't judge Genshin for attempting to bring some variety into the game and adding things that have got a little bit of a different taste to them, can you? So yeah, man, I think it's fine. Kind of, it looks weird seeing a woman flying around on a revolver, I guess, but I don't dislike it at the same time. But I can understand some people being like, dude, what the fuck is this? You know? Like, what the fuck? I've got a motorbike now. Okay. But yeah, I don't have an issue with it. Yeah, good video, guys, as well. Like I said, if you haven't checked out Gacha Gamer, go show him some love. Show him some love. Good content. All right, should we play some Girls Frontline 2? Fucking do it. It's fucking do it, shall we? Fucking do it. We've been waffling for only 3.5 hours today, guys. 3.5 hours of yapping. We've been at it. Let's see if this game's any good then. I expected war in that land first, and I saw those Pokemons and expected characters to use them as pets, and now I see instead of pets, motorcycles, guns, and other things. I don't understand it being like, wait a minute, what? I got this hit me from left field. I guess like Girls the Frontline Exilium. I can't really judge the game in a lot of ways, even though I still like to react to stuff that's going on in Genshin, because I ain't played for a while, so I haven't got that well, I suppose emotional connection, if you will, to it affecting me. Maybe if I was still playing the game, maybe I'd be like, actually, I don't like this character. He kind of sucks. It's pulling me out of stuff. But yeah. Yeah, dude, tree's been up fucking ages, man. My missus loves Christmas. This shit went up before December started, bro. There's one in the bedroom as well, and in the other room. And there's a Christmas tree outside. Yeah. He's already pestering me about watching Christmas films. How's it going anyway, though, Noisy? It's up to my missus to be up in July. Yeah, that's kind of sick. Who's this chick? I like her design though, man. That's pretty cool. Alright, Tanaka, no worries, Woody, man. Thank you very much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Have yourself a good evening. Have yourself a good evening. Yeah, Mrs. had the tree up last week in November. Noisy. Gotcha. The sample, leave it here. Alright, straight into it. I'd like to see all units be on alert. Okay. Missing intelligence on this enemy. It is recommended not to engage them head on. Now we need to reduce the enemy's numbers. Give the order, Commander. Okay. Select a location near the enemy. Okay, so we're picking the character to move. Okay, pretty much like XCOM-esque, right? Okay, so she's with them. Alright, get ourselves into cover. Select a target to attack. Are these all in range of being able to attack, are they? Does it give me some indicator when they're not in range? Obviously, I'm in range of all those as well. I'm assuming cover's going to give me some sort of a defense, I guess. Reduce damage. Fuck! Eh, disappear. I like that design though, man. She's cool. Oh shit, bro. Yo, she fucked us up. AoE was insane. Stay vigilant. Prioritize getting back to the getting the box back to the MVB. She's literally using a Grozier. Oh shit. The Intercontinental Railway train is approaching the station. I'll hold her off. Watch the evacuation route there, over there. I don't think you should. You're gonna get killed. Take the box and leave here the passage immediately. Hurry back after you're done, leader. I hope you can abandon these unrealistic fantasies. And we're surrounded. Damn it, there's no end to this. It looks like you need a little extra help. So check the LMG, bro. Please select Petria to support the team. Okay. We're just bringing her in. Okay. Oh, a nice AoE. Okay. Cheats. Oh, okay. She's sick. Everyone, is it time to get moving? Should we continue retreating? But leader is still. Leader's dead, isn't she? Secure the box and evacuate immediately. They're just filthy rats from the sewers, annoying but not enough to affect the battle. Our decorations have been up for a couple of weeks now. I'm not a massive fan of Christmas these days, but I do like the atmosphere that all the like. Yeah, obviously Christmas is for kids in it at the end of the day. That's where the excitement of Christmas comes. But I do like the holiday, I must admit, like the vibe of it, you know, the lights, all that sort of stuff. I do like that side of things. It is nice driving down the road and all the houses have got lights on and got stuff up in the gardens, because this year actually a lot of our neighbours, if you will, and people who live in the nearby area have gone all out, so it is nice. And Rosie loves it, so that makes me happy. You know, one of the first things she does when she gets in the car when I pick her up from work is she's looking for Christmas songs on the radio, and her absolutely loves it, so I think it just rubs off on me as well. As for you, you won't be so lucky. Oh shit! I just got... Oh. She can create twisters, man. What are we gonna do? The performance is lacking and I've just about run out of patience. Oh shit. Am I about to get one shot with an umbrella? That's pretty cool. That was kind of cool, actually. It was kind of cool. It's an underground city.
Did we just become best friends? Yep!
Panda Fighter 7 followed your channel.
Hey Panda, thank you very much for the follow.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep!
Gabriella RCX followed your channel.
Appreciate the follow, man. I don't know how loud this music is. Guys, remember as well, everybody on YouTube, drop a like on the stream. It's a cool intro. Bro, she's falling for so long. She's contemplating existence. That was pretty cool. That was a pretty cool intro, actually. I enjoyed that. That was dope. Music was good as well. I never played the original, no. Do we ever get to see ourselves? Because that's the question. If it's like a commandant from like a PGR, then I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? I guess we'll just be male then, yeah. I think Girls Frontline 2 has a really good gameplay, and after some chapters you will face do some hard... Yeah, really? Okay, that's cool then. That's definitely what I want. Alright, dope. Darkness all around. Hazy mist and darkness obscure my view. Phone's ringing. I'm in a very spacious environment. This place must be... Why, what? The shattered order. Everything before us shall be reformed into a new world. Is that Nigel Farage on the phone? Who's he talking to? Who's the conversation between? The hedgehog who serves absolute truth reduces the world to one organizing principle. The cunning and mercurial fox rides the waves of tumultuous times, narrowing his eyes and discerning the discordant voices that can reshape the world. Okay. What's the question? Okay. You don't wish to be the hedgehog. Okay. Yeah, I had to wait because UK I didn't get access till the 5th, and then I had a bunch of other stuff to do, so like literally starting now. Okay, so this guy's deciding to step out of the shadows of his leader then. I don't think he's gonna run away, by the sounds of it. I think he's about to take things into his own hands. Okay. Sayonara. Voice acting seems decent so far. Am I pissed? Them bottles of sake. Have we got voice acting for me? Few seconds. Apologies about that. Sobering tea.
酔いざましよ。メイリンが酔った状態で書き記した配合を試してみたの。二日酔いに効くといいけれど。
Nice man, some sobering tea. That'd be useful. Rising to my feet, I make my way to the table in the lounge, picking up a cup filled with a cooled amber-coloured fluid.
一体何が入って。
聞いたこともない原材料ね。
へえ、それを煮詰めて私に。
私はあなたの盾となり
Oh, I remember when I was young, yeah. I used to suffer from eczema. And I remember the one time trying Chinese herbal remedy. And oh my god, it was the worst thing I've ever drank. Like you had to boil up the, I don't know what the fuck they were. That was, some of it looked like bark. Obviously boil it up on the hob, put it into a cup, strain it off, and then drink the juice. It was that bad as a kid. Like, I remember having to like suck on a boiled sweet at the same time as drinking it. Because like the first few times I tried to drink it, as soon as I took a taste, I was just started projectile vomiting because it was so freaking vile. I don't know why I thought of that. I think it's just because she's talking about the the sobering tea. Yeah, that shit was rank. I think I'd rather, if it was anything like that, I'd rather go with the Hangover.
Kalla! なんだこれ、飲めるのか本当に。
味はともかくとして効果はてきめんのようね。
味はともかく。ああ、この匂いを嗅ぐだけで目が覚める思いだ。
Yeah, that's good for a hangover.
宴会なんてこの先しばらくはないと思うけど、昨日メイリンのコレクションが何者かの手によって一つ残らず横領され、キャロリックの歓迎会に使われたと聞くわ。この件の保証についてはいかがお考えなのかしら、指揮官様。
I'm going to be a skipper. I'm going to be a skipper. I'm never really a skipper, but I'm going to be a skipper. The URNC. The Varjaegers. Elids, okay. And missions are getting increasingly difficult to complete. I look over at the console on the desk. This is a little bit slow. Can you speed this up? The screen is still showing the mission interface. I hate it when text gets it slow. We are already 25 days into the mission of transporting the item designated Task 3115, where our progress is only at 63%. Okay, oh shit, I think that skipped it, yeah, shit. Just wanted to speed up the text.
お金だよ。エルモ号は毎月のように赤字続きだ。メイリンのミーチューに関しては、今回の任務を終えてから考える
The Elmo?
ってのはダメかな。
Fuck's the Elmo? The text's too slow? Like... Okay, one click makes it... Okay, alright. So one click makes it fill out. At least that's good then. Because yeah, it's too slow. That's painfully slow.
キャロリックだね。これでやっとネメシスとのコミュニケーション問題が解決できそうだ。
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay. Oh, I mean a big giant...
そういえば、
Okay.
他のメンバーは
メイリンと共にエンジンルームでベクトルエンジンの研修に当たってる。3時間前、ドローンによりコーラプスストームの接近が確認されたわ。
Vector engines. Approaching collapse storm. Okay.
3時間前。ということは、私たちはすでに嵐の中に。
あの時はみんな就寝中だったから、起動基地も指定通りのルートを進んでいたの。
この辺りはコーラプスストームの頻発エリアなのか？
ブリーフからの環境情報にはそんな警告はなかったわね。
まったく頼もしい限りだよ。付近の地形図を出してくれ。
As Groza taps away on a...
現在私たちはコーラプスストームへと近づきつつあるわ。逆風方向に峡谷があるけど地形は入り組んでいる。奇襲される可能性が高いわね。
ベクトルエンジンは研修中。前進するにはリスクが高すぎる。ここは峡谷へ向かおう。
起動基地の故障確率が上昇してる。全面的な修理が必要みたいね。
もう10年ものだからな。この任務を終えて報酬が手に入ったらエルモ号も晴れてオーバーホールだ。
今回の任務の報酬少々弾みすぎだとは思わない？
Never a good indicator when you're getting played really well from these kind of missions in these sorts of scenarios. Usually means a lot of people are gonna die or you're getting stabbed in the back.
きちんと頼まれたものを届けて、きちんと家計を回さないとな。
Okay, so the person on the phone, was that us then initially then? We step away to become a bounty hunter, did we?
この10年間あなたがきちんとした試しなんてあったかしら？
なら以前と比べたらどうだ？
確かにそうかもね。
その
実際のコードと地形図のデータに誤差があるわ。この天気じゃドローンを飛ばすのは無理ね。周囲の地形データ及び現状況に懸念あるよ。このまま進めば敵に襲われる確率が高まるわ。
何もないな。ベクトルエンジンの様子は？
まだ作業中よ。
動力上限を解放し全速力で通過。メイリには次の購買時に酒を数本買っておこ
う。丸854に峡谷を通過予定。
We fall silent. Time ticks by, and as the vehicle moves forwards. Oh shit! What happened to her? She just get her face ripped off. Oh! They just blasted her? Is it like a post-apocalyptic world outside these big cities or something? Wait, take her away, did you say?
Oi! Oi! 起きたかこのマークバリアーグか
Oh, this is a Viagas.
やけに大雑把な縛り方をする
ごたくはいい外のコーラップスストーム味わったことは
Why is it called a collapse storm?
残念ながらないな
ほう運がいい試してみるか
Stretch my body as inconspicuously as I can to make sure that the GPS device below my chest is still intact.
貴様何してる
Alright, bro, chill
しび
out,
れ
go
た
on.
足をほぐそうとしたんだ
小細工なんぞ無駄で洗いざらい吐いてもらうぞ
吐くって何この2日間酒しか飲んでないんだああそれと妙な飲み物を一杯吐くとなるとかなり強烈な匂いだがいいのか
とぼけるなさっさとこの薄気味悪いブツを吐けろ
Dude's like, bro, my breath's gonna
あ
sting
ん
like
たの
ass
言
and I
う
think you want me
好
to
き
spit
に
it
悪い
out.
ブスってのはそこに転がってる箱のことか箱を開けるのにかけてはバリアーグの右に出る者はいないと聞いていたが
What a friendly fellow, right? Seems like a nice guy, huh? Pillar of the community.
素直に言うことを聞いておいた方が身のためだこのクソったれを開けるさもなけりゃ今日が
This day next year is going to be the anniversary of your death. A roundabout way to say. Could you say this day is going to be your last?
開けるにはパスワードが必要だ
パスワード
This time next year, people will remember as this was your last day.
ああそうだお前たちがこの箱を狙う理由を教えればパスワードを渡す
理由バリアーグが貴様のものを奪うのに理由がいるってのか分かったならとっとと金目のものを渡せ
Bro, so what you did to Groves? Why would it hand anything over?
なら取引といこうお前たちのいいねを支払う代わりに私と箱は見逃してくれないか
取引だったガラクタ同然の車で何が払えるってんだ
痛いところをつくじゃ
I
ない
guess we're in motion, yeah, because we're bouncing around every now and again.
パスワードを吐け
パスワードは複雑でね少し時間
You just shoot me.
その足りない頭にも一発お見舞いしてやろうか
I don't know if I remember the code if you shoot
や
me
む
in
を
the
得
head,
ない
bro.
時以外この箱を開けてはならないと雇い主に言われていてなパスワードなら車の端末の中にある
いい加減にしろ貴様の車なんぞ役立たずのゴミ人形ともとも通りこっぱみじんだ
Oh shit, he killed all the chicks as well. They're called dolls,
こ
yeah.
っぱみじんかどこをどう見たらそう思えるのやら
なんだとボス
What's happening? I quite like this universe, though. This universe seems pretty cool. Okay, nice bit of power fantasy. Alright. The Jeep is now a safe distance. Check the tanks. I treat the bullet wound on my shoulder with the medikit in the car.
遅かったな。
原野の上、嵐より逃れし、不可視の物体。
An invisible object.
ネメシス、今なんてグローザやキャロリックは、それにどうしてダミーの素体なんかを。
空の燃料タンクに逃げ込んだメイリンを除いて、司令室の私やエンジンルームのキャロリックとネメシスは全員爆発に巻き込まれたの。おかげで素体格納庫は全壊したけど、その後メイリンが私とネメシスのメンタルを運よく残ったダミー素体にインストールしてくれたおかげで、ようやく再起動できたというわけ。
Oh, so they're using spare bodies. Okay.
メイリーは今ドローンエレベーターを修理してる
So
から、
kind of got like a little bit of a PGR type thing as well then.
指揮官、ご指示。
Okay.
箱を取り返す。
What's in the box, man?
人形の護衛なくして指揮官の身の安全は保証できなくてよ。
私が護衛を必要としているように見えるか。箱がなけりゃのたれ死ぬのを待つことになる。
We're gonna starve if we don't get the box back.
承知したわ。
I say we. They need food. Okay, give us a hand boss once this big box loaded into an. Oh, this thing. I like the character designs as well. I like these guys. They're like got a I don't know how to describe it. It kind of reminds me almost, well, I guess almost a bit Borderlandsy, but with the character design. I guess like it's not cell shaded, but you know what I mean, the style. And that game, the Forever, what is it? Forever Winter. He ran off and left all the hard work for us. Although probably not as dark as the Forever Winter. Mad Max vibe, yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah. I like the setting of the universe. It's pretty cool. Commander, the box is just ahead. Fortunately, the Variegas haven't reached it yet. Pretty close, though. Approaching enemy target. Prepare to engage. Wait, who's that? Oh my god, those dolls are back. Call for backup. There's no way we can handle them. Allied turn begins. Okay, so we got no cover. Commander, considering the current situation, I believe we should immediately initiate attack on the enemy. Okay. Issue me a command. Please issue a command to me to click to the select. Okay, you want me to go here specifically? I am ready to attack. Please confirm the enemy target. Okay. What is my... cannot look at it. Equal to 80% to the attack. You're fucked. Wait, what? Does it want me to move? Or is he going to get a back attack bonus? Oh, we should have decided when it wasn't ending the turn yet. I missed what it said about her. I clicked on it by accident. I missed what it said. I was supposed to do something else other than directly attack. I think maybe, yeah. On an open stretch of a valley in the yellow zone. Same time, a large chunk of rock. That's slow text in my head. You're not gonna be honest with him. Rose is now mobilized and utterly helpless.
Closer!
Having been continuously jostled and attacked, the crack on the box continues to widen until the outer shell bursts open. All of a sudden, the sniper, you just need to click the enemy. Okay. Box within a box. Smaller box appears more or less identical to the larger one. Is it like a Russian doll situation here? It shudders in the air, then lands several meters away from Groza. Sniper has a wider range of attack. Makes sense. Amid the collapsed sun, Groza scrambles to her feet with great difficulty. Camera angle on our own. Get the box back. Right, let's go then, bitch. Let's go. Some nice cheek shots. Damn, man, she has got some cheek, she has, isn't she? Commander, we've got company. Nemesis, prepare for combat. Stop them from getting any closer. Still running out of steam already. Everyone into cover. That reminds me a little bit of Wasteland 3 in a way as well. Hold them off, wait for the boss to bring reinforcements, we'll get this box back. Okay. Commander, pay attention to those lines. They display information about upcoming attacks. Okay. White lines indicate that the target is protected by cover, while yellow lines indicate reduced effectiveness of cover. Right, okay, it's because he's partially in cover, yeah. Commander, please click to move to the target location. Please click on the Fillade. Fillade? I don't want to be clicking on it. Oh, is it just demonstrating the lower? Okay. As can be seen, the enemy is protected by cover, which means we cannot deal effective damage to him. Okay. So we're flanking, we want to get to here, yeah, so we can take, yeah, okay. Yeah, alright, makes sense. When attacking from this position, the cover will not provide protection for the target. Alright. I love how they take cover by breaking cover and running to new cover. Get fucked, fella. This guy is terrible. Any reinforcements detected, Commander. Air fire is limited. We must evacuate immediately. The Jaegers. I kind of like that name, though. It's a cool name. I like it.
まったく穏やかじゃないな。グローザ、そっちの状況は？
タイヤをやられたわ。低速での移動が限界よ。
ドローンによる救援は？
メイリン曰くエレベーターの修理にかかる時間は概算不可だそうよ。ストームの干渉が強すぎて通信がつながらない。現在の状況は分からない。
Surprising, you still got drones after the blow up the Elmo.
もう少し持ちこたえてちょうだい。
もう少し持ちこたえた暁には新しい指揮官を迎えることになるだろうな。
The big guy. That's ominous. It's a modified mech. Put with a large caliber cannon. Okay. Through the collapsed storm, a mech that seems to have been converted from a construction vehicle rises to its full height. The Jaeger's startling armament. Okay, only makes that situation worse. Right. They got the big guns then, basically. There's no English VA in the game, is there, at the minute? Two drones coming in.
メイリー、ちょうどいいところに。起動基地の様子は？
Collapse pieces, were they?
そのメイリン、大丈夫だ。コーラプスピースはまた手に入る。とにかくまずはここを離れよう。ドローンはあとどれくらい飛べるんだ？
She's like, yo, I'm gonna get paid, it's okay. $56 minutes worth of fuel. That doesn't seem too bad. Collapse pieces is the currency of the game. Makes sense. Yeah, I like the environmental design as well, actually. That's Commander there. That's Commander. They are catching up. Oh, shit. That's kind of cool, actually. Trying to run, dream on. Commander, please focus on defense and don't leave cover rashly. Okay, makes sense. How destructible is cover? What have we got here? Okay, so what? Fire command selects one target within 7 tiles, dealing physical damage equal to 80% of attack. So it's got a range of 7 tiles, yeah? Heavy suppression selects one enemy within 7 tiles, dealing physical damage equal to 130% attack to them and applies movement down 2 for 1 turn. Okay, probably better waiting on applies 2 stacks of shelter and defense up to all allied targets within 6 tiles. That might be really useful to use, yeah? I'm gonna give us some shelter. So we got here. Selects one enemy target within 9 tiles and deals physical damage equal to 80% of attack. Selects one enemy target within 9 tiles dealing physical damage equal to 130% of attack. When this is when attacking near cover increases damage dealt by 20% against 2 points of confectance index. Selects one enemy target within 9 tiles, apply defense down for 1 turn. Alright, we'll probably use that. I'm sure we'll be able to one-tap this dude, yeah. Alright, calm down. Calm down there, boys. Oh, there's a few of them, yeah. Oh, shit. Reuse bunch. Use bunch. If you let them escape, I'll feed you to the elids. What are elids? Can we deal with you? As well, he's out of cover, haven't we? We need to get rid of him, but he's not really causing us an issue. Let's bring down the numbers first. Let's whittle it down. We've got to add increased defense anyway. Oh, shit! When the drone support is ready, we need to input. Okay. Bit of air support. Oh, shit! This is Modern Warfare. Predator missile. Interception complete. The enemy's assault has been temporarily hindered. Continue with the evacuation. Okay. I thought we might have to fight that artillery piece then. So I popped the defense straight away. We didn't really need it, but I like her design as well, actually. Okay. Achieve victory. Lose no more than 1 unit win within 6 turns. Oh, is that me? Man, Grolls keeps getting fucked. Oh shit. It's not a gacha game if you don't get to see some feet, you know what I mean? They like to do that, don't they? This is kind of cool, actually. I like this. It's like a post-apocalyptic Metal Gear, that is. I thought she got killed then. That was cool. That's pretty cool, actually, that was. Okay, so far I'm liking this. So far, so good. Still super early. Oh, is that what we're on? Holy shit, it's massive.
ここでヘマしたら誰も給料を払ってくれなくなるからな。これから我が親愛なるエルモ号の整備費用とのご対面なんだ。これ以上物を壊され
This is home base, basically.
はいはい、だま。
It's a big ass base. Big ass mobile base, anyway. The drone lands on the drone elevator of the Elmo, which has undergone initial repairs. I clamber out of the rubble. The wound on my shoulder is bleeding again due to the impact.
指揮官、お体が。
ただのかすり傷だよ。後でくまなく検査してもらう。メイリンは。
Manling emerges from the entrance and rushes towards us anxiously.
なあ、メイリン。まだコーラプス放射性物質が体についてるんだ。お帰りのハグはひとまずお預けだよ。
Collapse radiation. Okay.
何言ってるんですか、指揮官。電動設備と通信設備が壊れちゃってるんですよ。コントロールシステムは何とか持ち直しましたけど、倉庫のパーツは人形の素体も含めて全部破壊し尽くされちゃったんです。分かってるんですか？新しい設備を購入する資金もゼロ。指揮官、まだコーラプスピースを隠し持ってるんですよね。そうですよね。そうだと言ってください。
ちゃんと払うよ。
よかった。
だが通信設備が行かれたとなると、今すぐブリーフで注文というわけにもいかないか。
Can't make any orders with brief, okay? No Uber Eats, huh?
ベクトルエンジンはどう？はい。エンジンはなんとか。でもコントロール設備のパーツが足りないので、完全な修復は無理そうです。これじゃ安全移動速度は時速25キロメートルまでしか出せません。通信設備の状況は？まず発信機自体が爆破されちゃってます。車内の非常用システムを用いた短距離通信は可能ですが、信号の強化と転送を行う装置が完全に沈黙してます。ネットワークへの接続と長距離通信は絶望的ですね。
No internet. Oh, nah. Man, I can't go at the internet without a few hours. Feel the pain.
倉庫のパーツも全部吹っ飛んじゃったので。
So no backup bodies, no transmitter, no internet, no freaking storage,
箱はこの通りここに
no Uber Eats.
配達は続行可能だ。この任務を達成すればかなりの額の報酬が手に入る。
Oh. Gotta stop yawning, my bad. It's 'cause I've got fucking AC on, I think. It's right.
もちろん。今はとにかく通信設備と移動手段の回復に努めよう。大丈夫。なんとかなるさ。
Would help, yeah. So we know now there's a little girl inside there? Or something?
この箱、中に少女が。
ネメシス、どう見る？
炎は試算し、血脈をめぐる霊幻な独裁者の機関。
Rule Master returns.
素体を切らしていてキャロリックを起動できないわ。
Also, Krolik's done at the minute.
こうしてみると価値があるってこと以外は至って普通の箱だな。どうして動か
Because
な
it
くなったん
definitely
だ。
doesn't look like an ordinary
グロー
box.
ザ、ちょっと近づいてもらえるか。
So it's reacting to the proximity of Groza.
ネメシス、君も。
Okay, I guess it's reacting to just their presence in general.
グローザの問題ではなさそうだ。メイリンだとどうだろう。
Okay.
私と指揮官の共通点といえば人間ということぐらいでしょうか。
Yeah, so it's reacting to bot. Oh, so she's human. It's reacting to the dolls.
とりあえず今後の計画を確認するために指令室へ集合しよう。メイリン、安全な場所にこの箱を移したら修理に戻ってくれ。
Oh, well, we've got pretty much just a mobile base. It's fucking dope, that is.
はい、わかりました。指揮官、指令室の準備ができたわ。コンソールに注目して。すべての機能はここに集約されている。
Okay. Oh, we've got a beginner procurement, 10 access at 20% off, guaranteed to obtain an elite doll within 50 accesses, access 10 times the guarantee of obtaining an object of standard or higher priority. Okay, is this okay, these are outfits. Are they premium banners? Are they those ones? Regular check-in, login bonuses. Okay, what we got here? Campaign, limited events, refitting room, public area, recruitment shop. We can't do any of this just yet, can we? Needs commander level 20. Appraisal objectives, current campaign progress. Resource edge. Okay.
あら、慌ただしいのね。心配ご無用よ。
So we've got SL1 and 2. Let me have a look at my settings. There we go. We got Japanese on. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Graphics, ultra quality, high quality, extremely high. Yeah. Frame rate 120, baby. Come on. Yep. Bam, bam, me. Hold on a second, guys. I'll go for the play. phone charger as well. I need to do some campaign, yeah, to get anything unlocked. Let's do it then. Okay, similar to I guess like PGR kind of layout, yeah. Alright, let's do it. I wanted to read that name. What was it? On January 17th, 2030. This is where we... Wait a minute. I'm just going... Oh, shit. I want to leave you, son. I've just done this. Exit. Yeah. Does have the tick there. It did tell me, you know, it kind of told me I'm just stupid.
車両セルフメンテナス開始。予定完了時間は丸8
Vehicle self-diagnose. You know, I'm gonna skip. Hopefully there's some sort of story. What's it? Commander, the terrain intel is inaccurate and cannot be used for reference. Additionally, the Elmo is in poor condition. Mailing is working hard on repairs, but it won't be operational anytime soon. That means we're stuck here for the time being. What's the situation outside? Can anyone see any elids? Oh, okay, so these are these elids then. Are they like mutants? Mutations? Mutants? Okay, yeah, I guess so. However, elid tend to move in swarms. There must be more nearby. I really like the design of the Elmo, though. Well, those elids aren't a direct threat. If they stay near the Elmo and get caught under the chassis, they could be troublesome. Understood. Nemesis and I will clear them out. Alright, let's do it. Fuck them up then, shall we? Fuck them up. Commander, the situation is urgent. We'll need to fight outside the MBV. Please make arrangements for pre-battle deployments. During pre-battle deployment, you can view basic information about the battlefield and enemy units and deploy dolls to locations as needed. This is where we get like character select. Okay, please select the deployment location. Yeah, oh, we got to deploy the one individually. Okay. Alright. It's like a library I consider skip. Sweet. It's just, I'll happily sit and watch the story. It's just that it is like 7 o'clock for me now and I want my tea soon. But I do want to play, at least do a couple of the start missions, so I don't mind skipping. Commander, we finished synchronizing the autonomous combat module. Please click auto battle. Okay, we've got a bit of auto clear. That's cool. Should imagine for the harder content, auto battle probably won't be so good to use, I would imagine. I would hope anyway. Get clapped. Enemy group eliminated. Commander, situation results. Right. I like Rosa. I like how she's named after the weapon she's using, because she's literally using a Groza, isn't she? First chapter, you can just auto battle. Right, okay. The vehicle has sustained 49% damage. Nemesis is helping Mailing perform emergency repairs. It will be difficult since we are experiencing a severe parts shortage. After later chapter, he's not very wise, right? That's fine by me, because I suppose for daily content, auto's good, but like when you're doing more difficult content, I would want it to be meant to the point where you need to enact in it. Otherwise, it would take out all the difficulty in a game like this, wouldn't it?
引き続き目的の座標に向かいたいところだが、この状況じゃさすがに。
Alright. We're gonna come back to this. We're gonna come back to this.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Not gonna lie, clear content
Sticks
also depends on the
_
units
follow
you have,
your
maybe.
channel.
Okay, what's going on anyway? Sticks, welcome to the stream. Or welcome to the Twitch. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. Okay, alright. Have you cleared all the content? All the content that's there now to clear, should I say. Commander, we've reached the beacon's location. The location of the required parts are marked. I like these little dudes' design though. Clear out the elites, this is our territory. Situation update. If our Jaegers detected ahead, please advise. I'm not doing too bad actually. What's their threat level? According to intel, they're scattered units with no significant increase in threat level. Should we proceed with the mission? Eliminate them and retrieve the parts. Order confirmed. Executing. Yeah, waiting to have my tea. And I get something to eat in a minute. And then I'm probably going to play some Marvel Rivals off stream. Yeah, let's do it. Combat start. Let's go. Deals AoE damage to enemy units with the specified area and ignores cover. Okay. So you want to take him out as quick as possible, I guess then? Or what, his attack ignores cover or he ignores cover? Okay, so I'm guessing this cover's easily destroyed then, yeah? Shit, we should have not the best cover though, is it really? Explosions near you, pierce cover. Okay. Get rid of him. Uh-oh, she's about to get... Okay. It's a good job those two were dumb. Trying to take note of the warning signs on the ground. Okay, yeah. Some powerful enemy units will use exceptionally strong skills with the damage effects typically delayed by 1 turn. Right, okay. You can try and take him out before that though, yeah? Corrosion Eagle. Can we take him out with one of those shots? Oh no. No, it's not going to work. We just best just to move. Okay, yeah, no, we need to move, yeah. Is that because of where I am? We can destroy them like that? Okay, alright. AoE explosion bombardment. Let's try that, bombardment. Just a little grenade launcher. You'll get fucked, bro. Okay, so that gives that little ult animation in a sense, I guess, yeah? Alright. Parts recovery confirmed, returning to the MBV. Probably not the most efficient win there, but you know, we're alive. Okay, did it in 6 turns as well. Alright, that's all we needed to do. Unlock by completing the besieging stage. Oh, my bad. We are going to come back to the cutscenes. I'm only skipping tonight. I'm not really a skipper in gacha games, if I'm honest. Unless the story's absolute trash. I'm skipping tonight, though, because I want to at least fight a couple of fights before we call it. We've entered the path Rinascita mentioned. There are far fewer enemies than anticipated. I definitely am going to play some more of this, though. Alright, let's regroup with Rinascita as soon as possible. Okay. Yep. This one do. Have we got this? Have we got an AoE one? The story's kind of good. You go to the mall, you have a lot of pools to use. Nice one. Yeah, I will be going back and enjoying the story because I am a story enjoyer when it comes to gacha games. I don't really like to skip, if I'm honest. I'm just making an exception tonight because I'm hungry. And I do want to try a couple of fights at least as well. Yeah, let's... She got some cheeks. What's it do? Is this our passive, is it? Okay. What does it do? When an allied unit excluding this unit ends their action within 7 tiles, grants 1 point of confectance index and applies 1 stack of shelter to both the allied unit and this for each stack of shelter. Grows as damage. Okay, so you want to keep it close to people then, really, don't you? By 5% if an enemy within... Increased by 5% if an enemy is within 6. So you want enemies and allies to be close then, really? Yeah. Deals target damage to an allied unit, grows and retaliates with counter attack, dealing physical damage equal to 80% of an attack. Okay, okay. So that's her passive when she's shooting back then. Right, okay. Got it. Are we able to get him from there? Do we go into the open to target him? Stuff it, let's do it. That's not much better. Whatever. Might have been a bad move. Might have been a bad move. Oh, it's okay, he's dumb. It's alright. He's dumb. Don't matter. Okay. Okay, I like Rinascita. We're gonna come back and watch these next time we play. Commander recruitment is now open here. We can access the star database to quickly expand our personnel and armament. Are we getting to the gamba? Are we getting to the gamba, are we, guys? Recruitment unlocked. Please click recruitment. Please click on the standard procurement. So it's 80 guarantee, yeah? Okay. 10 access guarantees, okay, pretty standard. So every 10 we get a 4-star pretty much, and we're guaranteed what, a 5-star. Click access details for site database to access information. How many pulls have we got? I didn't even see. I kind of like the pull animation. Alright, 4-star off the bat, yeah. Robo Bunny. Krolik. Okay, this is the one that we hadn't been able to revive just yet, I think, was it? Alright, cool. Portrait Swiftblade Krolik joins. Okay, so, you say check my mail, yeah? Where's my mail at? I forgot to go here first. Okay. Doll training, weapon maintenance here. Right.
戦闘に参加していない人形も訓練を通して強化することができるわ。新たな任務。ああ、もう決めたんならさっさとし。
Level up. Okay. Cheek shot. Here, Commander, you can set the corresponding training objectives for Krolik based on the number of combat reports you currently hold to enhance the combat effectiveness. Okay, expected training level. We're going to use 9. Please click to start the training. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Leveling up gets represented by a little animation. Okay, so that took us to level 6, attack to 89, health to 215, and defense to 72. In the refitting room, dolls can increase their level and meet training targets by sourcing combat experience from the records in the combat room. Okay. Okay, these are already level 6, yeah? Okay, so this is where we can perv on them. Alright, okay. Was you saying pick the robot and male? Oh, this little geezer here. Oh, okay. Claymore. Oh, we got a character as well. I like her design. An explosive lolly. Okay, yo, she's sick actually. Cheetah. I like her. Items obtained, 600 or whatever this is. What's this, 45 pulls? Alright, cool. We'll have a look at that in a bit. Back to what really matters. Back to the Gamba. Back to the Gamba. Want an advice on the limited SR? Yeah, man. Hit me. Hit me. I'm always interested to know the crack. So we got a... Okay, so we got... Okay, alright. We got standard banner pool mats. So this is the premium currency for... We got the beginner procurement. Okay, so we want to be on the beginner banner then, don't we? 10 access at 20% off, guaranteed to obtain an elite doll within 50 accesses. We want to be pulling on there, don't we? So we got 5 of these premium pulls. We got the weapon banner as well. So I'm assuming this is a signature weapon for Ulrid. I'm guessing this is a signature weapon for Sumi. Well, it looks like it, yeah. Okay. Go to the discount banner. So the best ones are Queen and Tololo. on the standard. Sumi's the best SSI in the game, even in the CN. She's busted, sustain, and the other one is sadly kind of bad. Right, okay. Okay. Well, we'll start pulling on her as the, what's it then? Ends in 17 days, so we've got a bit of time on it. Okay then, Tololo and Kuyeonju. Okay, so pretty standard weapons. 3-star, 4-star weapons, 4-star characters, 5-star characters. Okay, and on this one, what? Guaranteed 5-star in 50 pulls. And it's what? Costing us basically 8 pulls for 10 pulls. So better starting off on here then, aren't we? What's the difference in here? Vepley, Sabrina, Talalo, Petria, Malzin Gant. The only difference is here is we're getting no 5-star weapons. Question is then, so I'm assuming on these banners then we can lose our 50-50s to weapons then, yeah? Well, obviously, this is the standard banner, so yeah. Can we do that? Can that happen on these? No, okay, so it's just characters here. Okay, yeah, makes sense on the standard banner then. Okay. That's pretty standard then. Alright, let's do some pulls on the beginner one then, don't we? Might as well get through this one. Clear it off. So we're gonna go for Sumi, yeah? Okay. I'm a sucker for a nice pull animation. Retired model arm. That's spaz. And I feel like I'm back on Advanced Infinite Warfare and Advanced Warfare here. Loot crates. Suina weapons busted. Retired 3-line rifle. Shockery. Standard 5-stars are overall good even in the late game. Rather trash. She's the best SR in the game. Oh, is she? Okay, alright. Stream a lot, let's go. So what is she, I need to learn the roles. It's just indicate what? DPS, support, tank, what we're looking at. Alright, let's go again. DPS. So them little bullets mean she's a DPS then? Guessing the shield's a tank, I would imagine, yeah? That's what they are. Ooh, let's go. Gamba! I'm seeing golds! I'm seeing gold, chat! Retired Pecheneg. Veteran Nagant. What's his moles in Nagant, is it? Nagant. Single target debuff for shoots. The revolver as well. Okay. Sabrina. Okay, she likes food then, yeah? Sabrina, so I'm assuming that she's a tank then, yeah? Guessing from this and this. Is that the icon for a tank? And likes food. Retired Nagant. Okay. So we best to move on to this now, or we best to fill out the 50, might as well fill out the 50 pools then, I guess, yeah. So once this is done, it's done, isn't it? Might as well clear it out. Or we just best to move on to the bog standard banner now. We're just gonna get 4 stars. Cheap way to get 4 stars. Oh yeah, or would we So I'm just checking some. Bro, why does YouTube like send me emails for videos that I put up years ago about demonetization? Like, why does it take so long for that to happen? It's like, fuck off. She's 80-ish, even in CM, which is ahead of. Is it? Oh, okay. So it's a year ahead in China. All right, okay. So we've got no ability to get another 5-star then from that. From that beginner procurement. Okay, all right. There's a selector at 200. I wondered what that was there. Then I was assuming that's what that was. Yeah. I don't know. We could just start pulling on the standard, but then again, we can clear off what the last 15, 16 pulls, so that'll still give us what we could still do a 10 pull plus what 3. Fuck it, let's do 10 pull on here. We're gonna copy a nemesis then, yeah? Okay. What does that give us? Right, I'm going to do my last 2 temples on here. Get it done. Clear it off. Might as well. Robinson modular rifle. Oh, a QBZ. Is it cool character animations on? I do like them. Oh, it's got a sight on it. Nigant M1 1895. First purple weapon. Thermal progression advancements. So when applying a debuff, the damage of the next active skill is increased by 5%. If the debuff is a defense debuff, an additional 1 debuff is applied for 1 turn. And the damage of the next active skill is further increased by so we want it on a character that's debuffing then, don't we? You can buy currency with the you can buy pools with the currency you get. Yeah. Okay. So, does that... Oh, wait, you can still run through this again? How many times can you do that, then? I thought that would have cleared and gone by now. Is that mailing there? Okay. So we've got 806. What does that translate into? Is 150 for one, so 10 cheaper than like something like we were. Okay. Okay, oh, let's have a look at this then. Where's our copies? Fortification, is it? Segment 1. Increase the duration of Prophecy of Morning by 1 turn. Targets of Prophecy of Morning. Increased damage by 10%. Sorry, gains 1 point of confectance. Okay. Alright, cool. One Tatsumi. I don't think we got that look. If she's the best one. Oh, what you mean on a? Oh yeah, on a banner. Yeah. We'll have a look in a second. Let me just have a look at this here. Fortifications. Yeah, let's have a cheeky dabble. We got 5 pulls, have we? And see if we got that streamer look and we can get her in 5. But let's have a look then. It's this one, yeah. Sumi. Alright, let's go. We got 5 pulls. Alright. Streamer look? No. Fuck is that, man? It's like a plastic gun. You have a full multi. What do you mean? I see a couple of pulls in there. Ooh, a Robinson modular rifle. 4-star SR? She does look like a cool character, actually. Retired Sumi. What's... Wait, so that's... Okay, so that's for the standard stuff, yeah, okay. Let's have a look at the bundles, actually. Skins, okay. Damn. Instant receive 90 credits tokens daily. Okay, that's... Spend 300 credits tokens immediately. Gain 80 collapse pieces per day. Okay, so what the fuck's the difference between credit tokens and collapse tokens then? Withdrawal receipts. Okay, so credit tokens. Okay. What the fuck are what are collapse tokens then? First monthly, you don't need it. So what the fuck? How did collapse tokens work then? Oh, so this is your collapse tokens then. So is this like a 1-for-1? Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay, alright. Should have done that right away. We could have done a temple. Alright. Alright. Yeah, so far I've been enjoying it. Obviously I've only had a little dabble. But I'm liking the combat. What we've got to see. Quite like the characters. The story seems interesting, even though we skipped a little bit, but obviously for reasons. But I'm going to go back and see what's going on. It's not the worst gun ever. Buy more pulls from the shop. Oh, okay. So we can use these. Okay, alright. Okay, it's pretty standard affair stuff then. Okay. Monthly limit to 5. Alright, okay, alright, okay, alright. Let's do that then, shall we? Should we get some standard one as well then, shall we? Let's do that then. Wait. Oh, I'm too broke. Okay. I thought I was able to buy more than one. Alright. Pull again, Gamba. Let's go. A special kind of currency for neural integration. I don't know what any of that means. Gets you the possibility, but... Oh, okay. Right, okay. Yeah, we'll have to have a little look over everything. See what everything is in the game, what all the systems are, currencies, etc, etc. Why does that gun look like it's like as thick as a piece of cardboard as well? You know? So what is it, 50-50 in this as well? It's not like 80-20 or 70-30, is it? Straight 50-50. And then guarantee after your 50-50? Or... Yeah, 50-50 everywhere. Okay, yeah. See, I'm used to the weapon banners on Guido. Ooh, nice. MB7, let's go. And then, is it a guarantee if you lose your 50-50 then, or... Get 2 withdrawals on a blue. Redundant pieces on purples. Okay. Hopefully, you know, you won all your 50-50s. Oh shit! Let's have a look. Does he say? Access rules. Probability, and this is base probability is 0.6, pretty standard. And overall probability, including guarantees, of 1.89. In this 10 access, yeah. No elite dollars obtained after 58 consecutive accesses. The probability of acquiring one will increase. So soft bid is at 58. Obtaining the elite doll, the count resets, pity resets, returning the probability to its value. If required elite doll is not the current event's highlighted doll. Next elite highlight doll is obtained, guaranteed to be the future featured one. Oh. The acquired elite doll is not the current event's highlighted doll. The next elite doll obtained is guaranteed. Okay, so there's a guarantee after losing your 50-50 then. Cancel the guaranteed item. It's a roundabout way of saying it. It's basically saying if you don't get the current highlighted doll, the next elite doll is obtained, guaranteed is to be featured. Right, okay, so basically, yeah. That's what I'm gathering from that. If you fail your 50-50, you get a guarantee. During this access event, each time you obtain a retired weapon, you will receive 2 additional withdrawal receipts. Acquiring standard dollar weapon grants 12 extra redundant pieces. Obtaining an elite dollar weapon rewards 60 extra redundant pieces. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. I get it. Yeah. Pity's not terrible, actually. Okay, that's our settings. What's this shit here? Okay, so this is when we can go back through our story stuff. Awesome. Brilliant. We'll do that because obviously we've been skipping through shit. But yeah, guys, I'm going to go have some food, man. It's 20 to 8 for me and I'm starving. I will be back tomorrow. Stream will be a little bit later than usual tomorrow. I usually go live around noon UK time. But I think me and Rosie are going out tomorrow. We're going to go do some stuff. I think we're going to go bowling and play some pool. Maybe get some food. But I'll probably be on in the evening. If not, be back to normal on Tuesday, round about noon UK time, GMT, so whatever it is for you guys there. There will be a video going up on the YouTube channel tomorrow. Also, check it out. I will hopefully have a theory crafting video going up on YouTube as well. I'm going to say this week I've kind of sort of started the script, at least the outline for it. I've still got to do all the research and everything and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Hopefully in the next few days the script will at least be done and then we can get into editing and getting all the footage and stuff for that. But yeah, guys, check out the YouTube channel if you haven't already. It's much appreciated. Share to everybody who's been watching the videos recently. You guys have been killing it, man. They've been doing really well, so thank you for that. And I will catch you all maybe tomorrow. If not tomorrow, definitely Tuesday because Rosie's off work tomorrow. So, you know, we're going to do something. But yeah, I appreciate everybody hanging out today, guys. Thank you very much. Shout out to all the new viewers on YouTube and on Twitch. Appreciate you coming through, hitting the follow button as well. Shout out to everybody who's liked the video on YouTube as well, even though most people have dipped from YT and now. Shout out to everybody who was in here earlier, because there's quite a few here. I appreciate that. And yeah, man, I'll catch you maybe in the morrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll definitely see you Tuesday, guys. Look out for the video as well on the YouTube channel. And yeah, I'll see you all later. Hopefully you have an amazing rest of your weekend. As always, stay safe and I'll catch you later. Ta-da.